Let's go!
I think my camera's on. It's not on.
It's not on. It is not on. We all have character images, even me, and I have a cute little Andreas above me today.
Hell yeah.
Hello, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. My name is Noah, and I will be your storyteller this evening, and all of these lovely fools around me are going to be your evening entertainment, as per usual. As I say every single time that we start this, please make sure that you remember we are a dark fantasy dystopian horror game campaign. So keep that in mind as you go along with us. Trigger warnings are always going to be listed in our general information and also on our page or down below. So, you know. Now we're going to start with questions. You guys ready for questions?
No.
Oh, sucks to
Always.
suck. Alright. We're going to start with Arwan.
Okay.
What do most people think when they first see you?
Probably along the lines of I wonder where that scar is. Or what that scar is.
Hey. Ellie.
Could you repeat the question? Sorry, it went in my brain and then, like, didn't stay.
That's okay. What do most people think when they first see you?
I suppose that depends if the burns are visible or not. Usually it's probably got to do with the burns.
Okay. Haven.
I feel like this is a trick question because I can't read minds, but I guess I can assume that if someone were to see me, they would think maybe like that person is red.
That person has big bazongas.
How's they titties? Just titties. And Eo.
Oh my god, hold on. Okay, that's just lost to the board. Probably. Why the fuck are they wearing a mask?
That's valid. Alright, Eo. What is your most recent or frequent nightmare?
Loud sweating noises, because they too. Shit!
No, I feel attacked.
You should. The dice said fuck you.
I do too.
Being dead, I suppose it's just empty and cold and not fun. Not at all fun.
Okay. Haven.
Well, both. I guess it's both the most recent and the most reoccurring, but it's essentially being burned alive while also having all of the blood from my body drained as my chest is torn open to access my heart.
DM, are we playing this as we did in other campaigns where all the players know this information? Because what the fuck?
Yeah. Ellie.
Jeez. Here I thought Ellie's was gonna be bad.
See, we told you guys. Dark fantasy. Horror.
Usually it's of the fire.
High fives you in solidarity.
I'm not gonna tell every part of it because Ellie wouldn't, but also.
Yeah.
Oh, just wait, you guys will find out about that soon enough.
Yeah. And Arwan.
Watching everyone I love suffer while I can't do anything.
Okay. Wow. As we all were discussing before we hopped on for all of you lovely people to watch along with us, we are starting on the evening of Ezu 18th. It is currently around like 7 p.m.-ish. Y'all, most of you would have finished dinner by now. Definitely after a bit of a kerfuffle with the other party, specifically Andreas. And Ellie had a few words with you guys outside, managed to get you back inside, and you'd have noticed that the other party kind of dispersed and went about their separate ways. So, you all do kind of look around the tavern. It's beginning close to the public. It's a warm fire far off in the distance, far away from where you all are sitting. Kind of keeps the interior toasty. Mahogany is still present behind the bar, seems to be kind of leaned up, signing with Falhorn, while Magnus is kind of leaned over in their lap, napping still. What are y'all doing?
I'm sorry, the picture you just painted of Magnus is beautiful.
Yeah,
He's
I
a
know,
very big man for him to be leaning in someone's lap.
He's just a big man up in a cutie patooty's lap. It's fine.
Why am I labeled as God's favorite?
I don't know. These are the labels that were on
didn't do
from
it.
last station, and so that's why Falkor is a bullseye.
Is Ellie even down in the tavern late at night?
I mean, you did not technically have your conversation with Cian until about 8:30, so you could
So I'm
still be
still
down there. You could be, or you could not be. It's up to you.
Because she probably only just got back from
Mm-hmm.
her
Yeah,
and
you-
Andreas' city travels.
Yeah, you.
So
you
yeah, I guess
probably...
she'll. Yeah, so she'll come in and toss the potions to you three. You're welcome. Potions for the traveling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, we leave tomorrow, preferably before midday.
10-4.
What is our means of travel?
Teleport. Revna will probably teleport us. Well, no, she will teleport us alongside Eloise to Praco.
Who?
You'll meet her tomorrow. She's trustworthy.
I like
She
her.
worked with my parents for years, so she can't be too bad.
Is she a part of the cheese factory?
Ellie gives them a very gentle smile. Not exactly. And I assume you're asking about Revna, not Eloise, or both.
Yeah, both.
Yeah, there's two women we'll be meeting with tomorrow. Eloise, she's the redhead. She'll be with us in Praco, more than likely. She technically runs the city now. And Revna is a teacher at one of the magic academies. She's blind, so you'll need to introduce yourselves.
You have so many important sounding people.
They are the
My-
Dwyers.
My family is an important family. She's gonna
I
give an
will-
awkward smile.
I will take your word for it, simply because I have nothing else to go on.
Right, most of you probably don't know much if you weren't raised around people that knew them. Most of them fought in the last war. Some of them, let's just say things get dicey during a war, and I'm surprised most of them are still alive.
Have there been a lot of those?
What, wars?
Yes.
I mean, isn't this just really one giant war that's been going for years and years and no one's actually won?
Yes.
So, kinda.
I mean,
Because I feel like that's just how Ellie feels about the whole situation at this point.
Sounds
I
about
mean,
right.
she's not wrong.
if I'm being honest, I don't even know what the current war you're talking about, but I'm sure I'll figure it out along the way.
I'm just gonna awkwardly glance around, realize that nobody else is down here to explain. Let's just say that certain groups of people don't like other groups of people, and some of us don't want certain gods to be reborn or brought back or unleashed upon the world.
Fair enough.
Except both some people like suffering and some people don't.
Which sort of gods are they not interested in bringing back? Just out of curiosity.
Would Ellie know if she's allowed to say that?
I mean, you haven't been instructed to not say that. You just know what you probably have been instructed not to say.
Okay. I was like, wait. I was like, oh, right. We don't talk about that piece.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, the goddess of chaos, for one, I don't really feel like seeing her anytime soon. And anyone in works or choosing to work alongside her, any of her allies.
And who are her allies?
Well, I suppose that depends if you're in the know or if you're not, really, because usually we don't just go around telling people because it causes problems. Ellie vividly just sitting there like, oh lord.
To be fair, wouldn't it be smarter to talk about it to other people? So you can be like, hey, if
Then I would have to convince them that I'm not lying to their face.
that is true, and you have proven to be an onion of lies, so that might be difficult. So
Ellie
I
chuckles.
see your point.
Well, normally I don't lie nearly as much. I try to make sure that if I'm lying, that there's at least a little bit of truth in it. One, makes it easier, makes it harder to tell when I'm lying, and two, I don't like lying. I'm just good at it. And it's part of my job, which is kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, one of your grandfathers agrees.
Cian just nodding in the background like, ah yes, I raised this one well.
No, he didn't. He's very upset with her half the time, let's be real.
Wait, which one's upset with me all the time?
See ya.
Oh, always. They have a very interesting relationship.
Yeah, I saw that.
I will say Ellie is going to glance back towards this group.
Mhm.
You changed my name to Onion, goddammit.
Listen, I just love the fact that EL is paper mache.
Goddammit.
Nani? The fuck
but
you
she'll
mean
look
not
back-
paper mache?
Look
That's
back
what it
towards Haven.
says.
That is what it says. Anyways, Eden, technically, but most people don't know they're an evil organization unless you've dealt with them.
Do they carry business cards or something? Because how would you tell that they're with Eden?
Well, if they're good at it, you won't. If they're not trying to be spotted, it makes it hard. Sometimes they wear similar colors and clothing, sometimes they don't. And they're based out of Pern. So, usually when somebody says they're from that area, I tend to pay a little more attention.
Right.
Oh, is that why we're avoiding Pan? Got it.
Yes, because quite frankly, I don't want to deal with them. And for someone like me, walking into Pern would pretty much be a death sentence.
It's not
Really
exactly.
noted.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, oh my god, who changed her name?
Wait, what?
Keep going. Arwan, go. Arwan, go.
Go.
Oh no, I changed it. Okay. It's not exactly a vacation town or destination island. It is definitely a town to avoid, and from what I've heard.
You could certainly say that.
Laughs and past characters.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, what else did you want to add?
I think that's it.
Okay.
Fucking onion.
Oh yeah, I died when I saw that was my name now.
Yeah, we
Onion.
pointed at it how a minute ago,
Onion.
and there's another name that just changed.
There sure is.
Why am I paper mache?
I don't know. That was already there.
I don't know. I didn't do it. I don't change your names. I just watch the chaos happen.
Oh, I do
Okay.
both. I'm gonna roll something and see if people notice.
Either way, if we don't need to go near Pern, it's safer for everyone involved, so we'll be getting teleported to Praco because Pern's kind of in between here and there. We'll probably stay at the Magical Tempest. You might remember Baron.
Yes, all that Pigman arm wrestling.
Yeah, I'm impressed that you lasted as long as you did against him. Anyways, he lives in that city and I need to talk to him. And his husband, if Milo is there. Which he should be, unless he's working. But the Magical Tempest is run by another family friend. So, can't guarantee free rooms, but it shouldn't be overly expensive.
I'll say about this point, Arwen and Ellie, you're the only two that notice. A man with kind of like messy, tousled, like shoulder length hair. Noticeably covered in kind of scars. Paler. Shorter side. Really irritated look about him, kind of like dips into the kitchen.
Kind of like.
Is it Leo?
It is
Wait,
Leo.
what? Okay.
Yeah, it's your father.
Did EL mention wanting to talk to Leo? Yes. It was a whole thing last session.
Yeah, that was a conversation you guys had.
Ellie's gonna look towards EL and then cock her head towards the back. If you want to talk to my dad, now would be a chance, though you'll probably want my mom or I there because I assume you don't speak sign language.
No, and quite frankly, I don't think I feel comfortable being alone around your father. No offense.
What's
Smart.
annoying?
Normally, I would say offense taken, but given the circumstances right now, you're fine.
Okay. I don't particularly know if I should intrude upon your mother either.
Well, if she hasn't told my dad yet, she's not going to tell my dad. So now would be a chance because they're also leaving tonight.
Shit.
And unless you want me present for the conversation, she's the only other person that will interpret for you.
Oh, all right. Okay.
She doesn't hold grudges long. She won't hold that one for very long. You didn't actively do anything too terrible other than mouth off.
To be fair,
Do you really want to go back down this path again?
I'm just gonna say, what did we establish? Both of us speak Draconic.
Yes.
Switching to a Draconic. That wasn't me, but thank you. And they're gonna spin and walk off and head towards the back.
Oh, he's gonna snort an Draconic callback. Listen, your sibling is a very interesting person.
You see the shoulders jerk and like maybe a laugh, and they keep walking.
I need to check and see if Mahogany or Magna speaks Draconic. Pause, please.
Oh no!
No,
Also need
neither
to-
of
I
them
need-
speak.
I need to check and see if Falhorn does.
They've got Celestial Common, Elvish, and Undercommon, and Sign Language each, and that's it. And Mahogany speaks one other language, but I will keep that one to myself.
Oh, you so lucky, bestie.
Oh, thank
Falkor
God.
not speak it either?
No, he speaks other things. He speaks something that Leo speaks.
He speaks little bitch.
No, Abyssal.
Do not offend my boy.
All right. So, you kind of head back, and I would say, since you kind of turned around, you would have noticed that Leo dipped out of the kitchen, and he seemed to be kind of like holding a bottle of wine, and maybe like a couple of bags holding some type of food to some degree. And you would also notice there's like a small bundle of flowers kind of in his hand as he starts heading back towards the back room. You hear kind of the of a door.
Shit, fuck. Just very softly as they stand in front of the door. They kind of hover there for a few minutes, just kind of like shifting from one foot to another, and then does anyone respond?
I didn't hear what you said. I heard and then, and that was it.
I went like
Oh, yeah, I
knocking
didn't
on a door.
What is Alan's passive, Cat? 20-something, right?
23.
I say Leo hears it. He's ignoring it. I rolled for it.
One's gonna roll her eyes and poke him. Go get the door because I'm not getting up. And she smirks as she says it.
He kind of gives like a grunt and then deposits his things and opens the door, a very irritated air. I'll say this is probably the first time that you've actually like seen this man up close. He's around like 5'10". Seems to have a very upset disposition in general. Caramel eyes, and there seems to be a fresh scar all the way, kind of like across the front of his throat. It's massive. Looks like there were teeth that tore into it and things of that nature. It looks gnarly. It kind of quirks a brow, and then immediately lifts his hands I would say even with your passive this close, you do catch sight of a band. It's kind of large. It almost looks like a signet ring on his right hand. And the left has a golden wedding band of some type of different intricate designs. The other band that is on his right hand has it looks to be phoenix designs upon it, and it also seems to have some type of inset gems. And he just signs something towards you.
I'm sorry, I don't speak sign language.
He kind of gives you a look and rolls his eyes. And then, in a very, irritated way, does a, okay, go the fuck in.
Thank you. Gonna hustle on it and just kind of press against the wall.
Okay. I'll say almost instantly, as soon as you go through the door, you hear a slam, and it's a very, intentional slam of the door.
Oh, lovely.
He kind of crosses his arms, and he settles up against the door, just leaning there. Assuming at this point that you're wanting to talk to his wife, because you can't talk to him.
And Alwyn will look over. Oh, can I help you with something?
They're gonna start wringing their hands. Yes, Ellie said that I could ask you some questions if that's alright.
I will answer what I am able to.
Alright, and I'm gonna look over at Leo and then bite their tongue. I'm looking for a man, Razio. He's, scroll. Not me actively losing that fucking description. He's a older human male, blind. He has a white-throated black sable, usually on his shoulder. Was part of the circle.
You're looking at Leo as you said that, right?
Kind of glancing between them.
Okay.
Does Alwyn recognize this description?
Make a history check, and I'm gonna make a deception check. What's your passive insight, Sky? I'll say since you're actively checking between them, you're welcome to roll insight too.
Yes, I would fucking love. Oh my god, where's my dice? Why do I do this?
27 for Alwyn.
Okay. The name itself doesn't really ring a bell, but I will say that the term "the circle" probably stirs up some emotions in her.
Yeah, she don't look too thrilled by that name.
Yeah, I'll say.
Okay,
Likewise,
okay.
Leo. What did you get?
10 and an 18.
Okay, so yeah, he only got a 13 minus 1. That's a 12. So yeah, he looks pissed and stiff as soon as you say the circle.
Oh
Yeah.
dear.
Alwyn doesn't look thrilled.
How were they involved with the circle exactly?
Hold on. Writing as fast as I can.
You're okay.
I mean, he was one of the elders, an educator.
I don't recall the circle using the word elders. What circle are you talking about?
The circle of life and death.
Ah, that makes more sense. I thought you were talking about the arcane circle, in which case I was going to have questions. Does Alwyn know anything about the circle of life and death?
Make a religion check.
Oh god,
Does Leo react to the circle of life and death being mentioned?
I'm rolling for it now, don't worry. He definitely relaxes a little bit whenever you clarify.
Okay.
Doesn't seem
18 on Alwyn's religion.
Okay. Leo doesn't seem to really react to it all. Alwyn would probably know that there were some backwater, is probably the best way to say it. That's probably the nicest way that Cian ever mentioned them. Cults that were affixed with bringing back the creator god and his sister.
Alwyn's gonna narrow her eyes a little.
Can't say I recognize the guy's name, and I only know a little bit about the circle you speak of. And not nice things, quite frankly. What's your affiliation with them?
Gonna look at Leo. Gonna look at her. Depends on which one you ask.
Excuse me?
Leo instantly is signing to Alwyn, and I'm going to message you, Kat, what he says.
Okay. Here's the real pain when your characters don't speak sign language. You have to hope Alwyn tells you exactly what's said.
Mm-hmm.
For real.
Yeah.
I would say, as soon as you say that, EL2, Leo looks tense. His arms are still crossed, and notably one of the hands that are like gripping the side tightens. You can kind of see veins starting to clench.
Alwyn signs back and then looks to EL. What's that supposed to mean exactly? Which one of what?
And please don't try lying. It doesn't usually end well.
Which one of us?
There are two of you?
This stays in this room. And I guess with your daughter. That's beside the point. Yes.
I'm sorry, just the stays between us and your kid. Both the parents. Of course, she already figured this out. Very well. I mean, I'm sure there will be things we tell you that don't leave this room, given you're asking questions.
Yes.
You make a strength saving throw really quickly.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Just die instead. I'm probably going to. I don't know.
No.
Oh wait. Oh, okay, my god. I thought that was just an 8. Unnatural 20.
Okay, you kind of like hear shifting behind you. You don't manage to move away or pull away as soon as you feel like something grip the back of your shirt and yank you back as soon as you mention daughter.
There's an exasperated sigh from the bed. Leo. Let them go.
It's a very intent shove. And then immediately signs in Owen's direction. I would say he does not look happy in the least.
He'll just try to make himself as like small as possible and like press up against the wall and like, hello, please don't kill me.
Alright, Alwyn is going to sign back.
The joys of not knowing sign language.
Ugh, listen, they don't like everything else.
It's
Well.
great.
And they know everything important was communicating with gods.
That's true.
I assume that your meaning behind this doesn't leave this room and our daughter is that she figured this out already. That there's two of you.
Yeah.
I would recommend when you're speaking of our daughter to elaborate.
Look at Leo. My apologies.
His eyes narrow. So he doesn't really kind of make any movements or gestures in Eel's direction. He does sign something towards Alwyn, though. Again.
Is this... I'm going to say this, and it's not going to sound very nice to you, but the essentially cult that you were raised in asking or looking for our kid, or is this you asking if we know anything about the cult?
I will say they are aware of your existence. Fairly neutral, in all honesty. This is me asking, looking for answers. They don't exactly give information to cattle fodder.
So there's like a very deep sigh, and Leo moves over to lean against the wall near his wife. Crosses his arms again.
I assume this group is about as savory as all the others, and by that I mean not. I can't say I know much on them, really. And those that do know much usually don't say very nice things regarding them.
Could you maybe point me in the direction of someone who might know more?
Would Alwyn know where to send a yell?
The only person that you've heard mention them is Cian.
Oh god damn it. I don't want to do this.
She's gonna make a face. Okay, there's one person I can think of who might be able to give the answers. And chances are they won't, or may not even be able to. If you get a chance to speak with Cian when he is next here, he's your best bet for an answer. I don't deal in religious cults very often. My job is dealing with the creatures that they like to summon.
Yell is absolutely making a face, and you can only see the eyes, but like they're making a face that is just so visible.
Make a deception check.
Oh yeah,
no.
buddy, that's not a good idea.
It's not like a face of like anger, it's a face of like discomfort and like I don't feel comfortable with this.
Make a deception check.
Okay.
One of these people has a very high passive insight, bestie.
Yeah, both of them do.
They're
Yeah,
gonna
that's
perceive
true.
that because that's an 8 flat.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Oh yeah, so both of them pick up on the face.
Mhm.
Alwyn's eyes immediately narrow. Do you have a problem with my father-in-law?
No, he's a little intimidating.
There's a kind of like craggly, struggled sound. It sounds like a laugh.
Alwyn snorts. Certainly, only to people that he wants to be intimidating too. But, like I said, he's your best bet for any real answer.
So Leo kind of like lifts a hand to get Alan's attention.
Still look to him.
And he signs something again in her direction. So he looks suspicious.
Does Alan know where the group's based?
Make a
Or
history
would
check.
she know anything about either of these two questions?
The second part is more so about Eo.
Yes. So, for the first part,
yeah.
would she know?
First part, make a history check.
Okay. And they don't have anything to do with Fae Fiend or Undead, correct?
Negative, not that you're aware of.
Truly tragic. It's fine, I didn't need the advantage, but, like, it would be nice. Math 21.
Not really. You remember mentioning that he'd heard offhanded comments about them whenever they were cleaning up things towards maybe about 10 years ago, 9 years ago, somewhere in that area. Said that he'd heard whispers of them when he was in Everest, as well as when he was in Yusra. So he's not exactly sure where.
Colin will think and just give a nod in Leo's direction instead of a verbal response, and then look back to Eo. Where are they based, or at least the group that you came from, and why ask if you're technically a part of their group?
Asking where they're based is a little complicated. We just kind of traversed the mountain ranges. We didn't really stay in one place too long. I don't figure out which mountain. Did I ever specify which mountain range?
I don't think so.
So the nomadic is what you're saying?
Certainly the ones we were with, yes. And we can't ask anything because we don't know where they are now, and we were attacked. I don't know if it was because of them or people looking for them or people looking for us, but I don't particularly want to go back to a place that wants to sacrifice us.
So you would see Leo's eyes cut towards his wife again, and his hands start moving.
Again, just a subtle nod in Leo's direction. How long has it been since you were attacked?
About 10 years, give or take.
Alan's gonna sign at Leo.
Them both simultaneously signing at each other at the same time. It's great.
Well, yeah, I was watching like, yes, fascinating.
Arwan's familiar with this. I'll say you'd see Leo kind of like shrug and then sign something again.
Were you attacked out in Usfra?
DM, do you want me to roll for that?
Did you ever specify?
I did not.
Okay, then yeah, roll for it. Roll for it, bestie.
Okay.
History check.
Oh, history check. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
I want to see how much attention you were paying when you were attacked, bestie.
The highest I got was a 14. Would that at least-
remember? Go ahead.
Right, keep going. No, keep going.
No, what were you saying?
I was just gonna say, would it at least give me like a previous town or like area we were at?
I mean, you remember it being cold. You do remember snow, but that's also something that could be on top of any type of mountain range in general because of the high altitude. On a 14, you remember vaguely there being lights in the sky.
well, we were in the mountain, so there was snow and ice and all that, but I remember lying there and there being a bunch of lights in the sky. Now, to be fair, could have been hallucinating from blood loss, but
Noah, would that ring a bell more towards the lights in Usfra, though?
Yeah, it would.
Alan will nod and look towards Leo to see if he has anything he wants to say before she responds.
So he kind of like shifts and seems to think. And then it's a very slow, like he's thinking about what he's going to say. The way that he draws it out. It kind of moves his hands. And then he does sign in her direction.
Again, just a nod in Leo's direction. We'll look into it. More than likely that was still in Usfra, though, and given what else was happening around that same time, I'll say she doesn't look thrilled thinking about it.
great.
There were a lot of loose ends we were working on tying up during the time, so I can't guarantee that we'll have much, but I can see what information there is to be had. But keep in mind, and she'll nod towards Leo, we're going to be unavailable for a little bit. So, if you're waiting on me to get you the information, it may take a little longer.
It's fine. We're not exactly in a rush.
So Leo kind of does try and wave to get her attention again.
She'll once again turn towards him.
He kind of signs in her direction first. I think he does kind of after a couple seconds of watching out, and he looks towards Eel and signs something in Eel's direction.
You just get a couple blinks of, uh-huh.
I'll say, what's your passive insight, Scott?
Oh, 14.
He seems sympathetic with whatever he said.
Say, Alan shoots to Leo two things. Before translating for Leo. He said it gets loud in there. Doesn't it? The two voices.
Especially when you're arguing a lot.
Hmm?
Especially when you're arguing a lot.
She'll wince. I'm sure.
He kind of smiles faintly and then reaches up and taps his head. And he kind of seems to think for a second. And then you just see very slowly he starts like counting on one hand. And you see 4. Before he drops his hand.
You have 4 in there.
He nods. And then he kind of signs something else.
Gods above.
Alwyn looks so thrilled to hear that. She's gonna... she doesn't quite smile at that. Ellie's quite comfortable and used to dealing with multiple voices in one person's head, so at least you've got that going for you. And since you're going to Praco, talk to Baron about getting in contact with Nim. Nim works out of the monastery in Usfera, but Baron may be able to get you guys better contact information with them.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate the information.
It's not a problem. And I would recommend, since you'll be traveling with our daughter, to watch how you ask for information. And oftentimes when you're talking to people you all don't know, I would follow her lead. She's trained to talk with others in a way that may come off less suspicious.
Probably. By the way, terribly sorry about, siblings can be
Sorry,
very
keep going.
siblings can be very, protective. And also irritable.
Owen's gonna
Let's see.
quirk a tiny grin at that. I'm quite familiar. But
Leo's hands kind of slow down as he was signing something, and he just stares.
don't worry about it. I'm sure my kids already gave you shit for what happened, so...
Yeah, let's just say, almost went for, what is it they say? Round 2 electric boogaloo.
I fucking hate you.
Why? Alwyn would understand what that means. No, she would. Thinking back on her own party, she would.
Oh, absolutely. That's some shit Charon said at some point.
Oh my
Between Charon and
God.
Lumia, yeah, she knows what that means. And she just kind of puts a hand up to her face and says, I hate that I understood that. Anyways, be safe on your journeys, and because my husband will continue to sign at me if I don't tell you this, watch your hands around our kid.
Touch my hands.
He gives you a very intent look. And he just mouths off.
Oh, hands off. Yes, no, not interested. Your daughter's lovely. Great talk, thank you.
Elliot, Alan's just gonna snort. Sorry, he's the more protective one, as you can see.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it, Leo. Just don't touch my kid. The kid who's actively got a girlfriend.
Why do you
Give
think
a
got that with
fuck.
Arwan?
Yeah, it's like, got it. Keep 200 feet between me and Ellie at all times. Can do.
Ellie later, why are you avoiding walking anywhere near me?
Definitely has
Okay.
nothing to do with your dad. Absolutely nothing.
Arwen just kind of looking like, yep, nothing to do with it.
Not in the slightest.
But Alan will, again, it's a gentle nod. And if you have any other questions, Ellie can get in contact with me. Or, well, she knows other people to talk to. If it's not something we can answer. And sometimes she has better contacts than us. Depends on her day. Depends on her mood, and depends on how much trouble she's in with her boss.
Alright. I'll keep that in mind.
So Leo kind of signs, and Alan he just pretty much signs anything else and nods at Leo.
Oh, is there anything else you had questions about that we can answer, or at least attempt to answer? I'm sorry if this has not been a very productive conversation for you.
Honestly, it's more information than we've had in a while. So I appreciate the effort, and thank you both for taking the time to help. I'm gonna give a bow to both of them, and then have a good night and a good trip, and then scurry out the door.
Owen looks really awkward about the whole bowing thing.
Leo's face kind of contorts into like this disgusted look when it happens.
Please don't bow at either of us. That's very weird. But thank you, and you all please be safe.
Yes, ma'am. And I'll keep your daughter out of dumb shit.
I wish you luck, because she's not good at that.
So I've seen.
Owen immediately chuckles at that. Well, off you go. I assume you have other things you'd like to be doing this evening.
Let's go with that. Good night, ma'am.
Good night.
And out the door. Back to the party. I will say, EL makes a point to not slam the door on the way out, just very gently, carefully shuts it.
Somehow the door still breaks.
Sorry, I don't have that cracked up barbarian strength, unlike somebody.
Yeah. Listen, you didn't have to make any wisdom saving throws. You did good.
Thank God. I really was like, I'm gonna get fucking punched.
Yeah, he's got a like intimidating presence feature now.
Oh, great! Love that!
Mm-hmm.
Thank God Karen doesn't have to deal with that.
I'm sorry, I just changed back to the owlbear map. Who changed Magnus's name?
I didn't even notice that.
Me neither.
It definitely wasn't me.
I'm sorry, Jesse, did you change Magnus's name? Not that I can judge,
Guilty.
because you're not wrong.
You're not wrong.
I did not change a thing.
No, I
Avery.
Noah.
If it was me, you guys would have seen it on Twitch. You can see me change shit.
I didn't
No, no,
change
no.
it.
Sky. Did you change Magnus's name? Again, not that you're incorrect here. You're
He is a
completely
bottom.
correct. But like,
As ye old minions say,
that has been changed since before I went back for my talk.
it's fine. You know, it's cool.
I wrote Softy because it's true, but like, damn. We're gonna call him out that far.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'll say, do you feel that Ellie would still be present? Because
No.
I didn't think so. Because you had your conversation around like 8:30, so it's probably pushing like 7:30 at this point.
No, then she's probably upstairs getting ready to start. Well, no, because she would have had to talk to Cian before that. She would probably have been doing it around the same time because
Okay, so
she's got to
we're gonna.
make time to be able to get downstairs to talk to Inez, Alwyn, and Leo.
Well, I had Cian and Ellie talking around like 8, and then Inez, Alan, and Leo around like 8:30, so she would be coming down around the end of the
Okay.
conversation.
So Ellie's probably
Upstairs, getting ready for that. Yeah.
heading upstairs and getting herself worked up enough to do what she did to start that conversation.
That's valid.
She's growing. She's trying.
She is. I'm
I'm
proud,
proud of her.
She's confronting her fears and like learning how to deal with them.
So now we need to just
Alright.
take her to a burning house.
Please don't.
You do that, and you will actually fucking die.
Probably. And
I will say,
you should worry about
actually,
Leo.
Sky, because you
God.
actively saw his hands moving, you would have noticed that his palms were horrendously scarred by what looked like old burns.
Oh.
Both of them.
Would I would have noticed that in my chat
Mhm.
too.
Yeah,
Okay.
you also would have noticed that. I always forget about that.
Are they recent or like?
They look old. They look, and it's the entirety of the palm
I
that
was
kind of
gonna say,
stretches down into like the wrist interior.
Yeah, they probably look as old as Ellie's.
Hmm.
Okay. That's what I was thinking.
I will say Magnus is probably awake at this point. He's done his due diligence
Yeah, I
on
would
his
say-
nap.
While Eel was in there having that uncomfortable conversation, were you guys doing anything?
This is before Ellie would have walked off.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna look at Haven and then point to the 3 blood hunters. Any one of them would be good for you to talk to if you're looking for blood hunter shit. Mahogany can't really talk right now, though, and if you don't speak sign language, you'll have to talk to Magnus. Or, I'm sure Chris will be by in the morning if you want someone a little older than those 3.
Well, hmm.
me too, Jesse. Me too.
You know.
I've been talking like that too. I love you.
Well, I could talk to them, but you know, questions are hard. You said Chris would be here in the morning. Who's Chris?
She's gonna kind of pause. It's this confused look because she's used to all the blood hunters like vaguely knowing at least of each other. Okay. I figured you would have at least known the name. He
Actually, Haven, make a history check.
Oh boy.
I was about to say, I feel like Haven would know vaguely of Chris, given
Yeah, that
which group
depends
he
on.
trained in it.
He trained with Chetan, so yeah, he probably has heard some stuff.
Not so nice things, I'm sure.
Yeah, I know. That's why I need to see how high this history check is.
Oh no. I have advantage. 13.
You recall Chetan mentioning the name Christian and stating he was a mongreled mutt that took away one of his best blood hunters.
As soon as Haven asks like who is that, he takes a second and then he's like, "What? There's a similarity. Would Chris perhaps also be Christian, who has some sort of connection, I guess, to Chetan?"
Are you talking quietly?
Relatively quietly.
Make a stealth check.
I would make a stealth check.
That's just 4 little ears go poop.
And I will say, because it's not like Magnus isn't going to be fucking eavesdropping on this entire conversation, I'm going to roll his perception.
I'm going to also roll perception for Falhorn.
Mahogany hears nothing. She rolled like
no.
shit.
Oh yeah, Falhorn hears probably.
Magnus also probably will. What'd you get, Jesse?
Oh, what did you say to roll?
Roll a stealth check just to see how low you're talking.
Yeah. What's that? Oh, that would be. Wait, is that a 1 or a natural 20? Which nope, that's a natural 1.
Oh, yep. I got a natural 19 plus 3, so yeah.
I was about to say, Magnus got a 15 plus like 6, so...
Yeah, they both hear.
Magnus is gonna kind of turn ahead in that direction.
It's like simultaneously Magnus and Falhorn at the exact same time. Their heads just
Let's be real.
turn.
Magnus like lifts his head off of what was probably Falhorn's shoulder and just looks over. Yes, that Chris. Same one.
Oh, okay. You know, I suddenly sense tension.
I would say Falhorn looks like he's laughing quietly.
Magnus doesn't look like he's
agitated about it. He just looks a little surprised that you didn't realize this was the same person.
Well,
But
Chris,
Magnus can't judge you. He's stupid as shit too.
He's stupid.
you know, Christian, the two different names, similar. I guess. Yeah, let me check something real quick.
Yeah, you're good.
I guess. Who? Okay. Out of this Chris person and Magnus, would either of them particularly know of someone named Osmond?
Falhorn starts quietly laughing and
Did I hear
nodding
Oz?
his head. You did hear Oz.
I'll say even Mahogany, who probably has picked up on it now, like puts a hand to her mouth like she's trying not to laugh. And Magnus just kind of sighs. Yes, I know Oz.
I was just to be sure that we're speaking of the same person. High Elf apparently always looks like he has something up his ass.
Even Ellie is probably like giggling under her breath at this point, and Magnus just bright grin. Yes, that one. He's not half bad.
Is that true? He was referred to as a little shit, so I wasn't too sure.
I mean, depending on who you ask, yeah, he's not always been the most friendly person in the entire world. But he seems to like me all right, so I don't really have any issues with him. And I mean, him and Chris get along just fine, so...
Falhorn starts snickering.
I was say Magnus has got a tiny grin on his face. I take it, given your descriptions of our friends, you work with Chetan?
I wouldn't say works with. I was sort of housed by him for a while. I knew a bit of a sort of blood hunter type things beforehand, and he just sort of helped fine tune them a little bit. But I'm overall not too experienced, if I'm being completely honest.
Got it. So you're hoping to talk with Chris about blood hunter stuff?
Just a little bit.
Well, he'll be here in the morning if you don't want to talk to one of us, or I think, and he's gonna wince a little, look a little nervous. Idalia from the Red Ring group will be here in the morning.
Who? What?
Ellie visibly flinches when she hears the name. Like, she don't look too thrilled.
What was the name?
Idalia.
Spell it.
It is spelled, if I can find it, A-D-A, Jesus, I-D-A. I'm just going to put it in the chat because I will spell it wrong.
Let's see, I know it's an I something.
Yeah, Ellie kind of winces at the name. She don't look as thrilled.
Who is Idalia?
Alwyn's second in command for this group. She's, How'd you put it with Oz? Kinda got a stick up her ass.
I see. Who would be the most pleasant to talk to?
You just hear, and the kind of, she's gonna get bitch slapped by Falhorn. In the, like, kind of cracked voice that Mahogany's got going right now.
Chris, if you want one of the adults. Us, if you
Falhorn
want somebody
slams
close
his
to you.
hand down.
She doesn't even, like, flinch. Like, she clearly knew it was coming.
Wait, what'd she say?
She said, Chris, if you want one of the adults, or Us, if you want somebody close in age. Though, I guess it depends how old you are.
That's a hard question. Number to pinpoint. I haven't exactly kept track.
That's an odd answer choice, but alright.
Do people usually keep track?
Even Ellie looks a little surprised at that question, a little saddened. But Mahogany nods. I mean, most of us do, yeah. And she's gonna sign at Falhorn. I'm fine, relax.
Meanwhile, Falhorn is actively signing something in Magnus's direction.
Magnus is gonna smirk and sign back. Hold on.
Also, as he is signing, he does cast a kind of friendly smile towards Haven.
I'll say Magnus is gonna look at Ellie. I also kind of resent you calling us kids. I believe last I checked, we're all older than you, Ellie. Ellie just kind of huffs. Age is simply a number.
Arwan snorts a little bit.
Oh, shut up, Arwen.
Haven is finally gonna like just sort of like scooch just over here where they're all just sort of congregated. What you, I mean, to be fair, you all seem pleasant enough and not likely to yell at stupid questions. I don't really even have much to ask. Just it seems like we're going to be popping to a couple of different places I'm not familiar with. Whenever business is done with whatever it is exactly we're doing, because I'm not even 100% sure what we're doing, is there any particular way in the future that would be easiest to get in contact with Osmond or find his location in the future?
Magnus looks a little startled. Did you want to talk to Oz?
You know, not in particular, but Chetan suggested I find him. Well, it's less that it's less to find him, but he just sort of suggested that at some point I tried to find, some of the members of a, and he does lower his voice a little bit, even though there's no real point to it, but he just remembers, you know, certain information should not be so openly just like blabbed about. So he's just like a particular lichen blood hunter group in Ivarus, and suggested that might be a good place to go.
Oh, Magnus gives a small smile and motions
Falhorn
to
is laughing.
him and Falhorn. I mean, Falhorn actively lives with them. I just kind of stop in. I'm usually out in Usura, so. And he's gonna quirk a brow towards Mahogany. She's usually here in Red Rain with Alwyn.
Oh.
But Chris helps run it, as does Oz.
Oh. Okay, things are starting to make sense. I like this. Well, I guess that makes things a little bit easier. I know Ellie had mentioned that we might end up in Usra for a little bit. What would be the easiest way? Granted, we might go somewhere else afterwards, so, you know, who knows? But what would be the easiest way to, like, once I make my way to Ivarus, to find the group?
If Sky, shut up. Magnus gives Haven an honestly, like, it's a gentle smile. I mean, if you're with elves, she can take you. She knows where they are. And then he's gonna pause and, like, look at Ellie. You do know where they are, right? I assume Ellie is a familiar.
Has
Oh,
Ellie
shit.
ever been there?
Ellie's a familiar?
She's friends with. I'm gonna smack you. I mean, she's friends with and has fucked one of their members. I feel like she's probably been at least once. Because I don't think she's dumb enough to sleep with them in Belmare.
I mean,
This is Ellie we're talking
Reese
about.
is dumb enough to sleep like that, but no, they
listen,
probably sleep together in Ransall. What am I kidding?
Yeah, I would say it's probably Ransall because it probably had something to do with Talion at that point in time too. So yeah, no, I don't know if she's ever been there.
No, but she probably knows at least which city, given that, you know, her
I mean,
brother
she
also
probably would
sleeps
know.
with the puppy.
Well, they're not exactly in a city; they're around a city. But yeah, she would know. She would know just from where Reese grew up where they're based now.
Ellie will shrug. I mean, even if I don't, I can just ask Chris to tell me how to get there. Or one of you. Magnus will just kind of sigh. Right. They're in Torp, right?
They're around Torp. They're not in the city itself.
If you guys go, hopefully with Ellie, but near Torp. Not in the city, but close enough.
Alright.
Would he know of any other ways for them to find Chris and Oz without an actual guide?
No, it's purposely meant to not be found.
Which means Ellie would personally take this as a challenge and figure it out herself, but
Is there going to be like a door with a password or something that we're going to need, or
I would say Falhorn kind of like reaches his hands up and starts signing to Magnus, because Ellie speaks it. He kind of just signs out, and no, it's in the boonies.
no, it's in the what?
It's in the boonies.
Ellie kind of grins a little because I feel like she knows about chat and stupidity. And Magnus quirks a tiny grin but nods in Falhorn's direction. No, we don't have a passcode. At least not one that I'm aware of. He's gonna look at Falhorn for a second and sign. Are you sure you want me telling him that?
Falhorn kind of shrugs. Signs back, no, not really. Could just ask to meet Chris and Torp. Or, you know, us.
Well, not. If you guys make it out to Torp, just reach out to, well, I'd reach out directly to either Chris or Falhorn here. I don't know if you really want to reach directly out to Oz.
so essentially it just sounds like go to talk and hope we run into someone who knows someone.
Falhorn's gonna sign in Magnus's direction and then point at Ellie. No, she can just cast a spell and tell us they're there.
Oh, that's fancy.
Well, hold on. But Magnus would iterate that to you,
Yeah, so yeah.
since Falhorn's signing.
Oh, yes.
That's okay. I'm speaking it aloud simply because Ellie speaks it, so it's just simpler at this point.
I got you.
So, would the names Chris or Oz ring any bells? Or whatever.
Nah, I mean, Chris would probably ring enough bell that you know that he was affiliated with Race, but Oz, no.
Okay.
Because you don't, no, you're not Monster Hunter.
Yeah, I know.
Totally, you're a Heartly person.
I figured I'd ask.
Ellie will just kind of chime in at this point. If you want to talk to them, we can head to Torp.
Right, honestly, there's no hurry. I just eventually like to end up there.
Ellie will know.
I'm somewhat familiar with that area.
I'm not overly familiar, but I'm sure we can figure it out when we get there.
Oh, well, thank you. I mean, honestly, that's really all I had to ask. Thank you for your time. I will sit back down and leave you alone. And just kind of like shuffle back over and sit back down next to El.
I
Magnus,
love this.
Magnus just gives a small nod. Yeah, no problem. If you guys have any more questions before you leave, just let me know.
Thank you.
I love Haven so much.
I
He's
do
such a good
too.
bean.
Him and Magnus are like the same level of brain memory.
Like, listen, a
Kind of
homeboy doesn't
sad.
know how to talk to people.
Falhorn adores him so much.
Literally, we've been sending back and forth them signing at each other like, we like this one. This one's fun.
Chris is gonna adopt him. It's great.
It's like
Fucking real. Falhorn just sitting there going, oh look, it's another one like you, Magnus. Magnus, I don't know what that sentence mean, babe, but I don't know if I like the sentence.
listen, the poor boy has like good manners strictly because he like wasn't technically taught a specific way of mannering.
He's so good.
So
I love
cute.
No, we
him
love
so
him.
He just doesn't want people to like be mad at him.
much.
Oh,
I love him so
baby.
much.
Retweet.
But yeah. Alright, I'll say probably about this time is when Ellie, you started to wander back upstairs, and probably within the next 5 minutes or so is when you wandered back in.
Okay. Yeah, she'll just wave to the others. I'm going upstairs for a little bit. Don't break anything.
Don't plan to. Just kind of awkward laugh. I'll keep an eye on gestures to the rest of the party.
Ellie nods gratefully. Makes her way upstairs.
As Ellie kind of makes her way upstairs and Eel makes their way back into the general vicinity of the tavern, is there anything else that you guys would like to do? Any conversations?
No. Small talk. Cheese factory.
Thumbs up to the party.
Cheese
After that.
factory.
Why do I feel like this is going to be like the butt scratcher of the group? I swear to God. Alright, so, kind of just settle into general conversation. And at some point you all do see Cian come from downstairs and head deeper into the other side of the tavern where Eel had been. I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure you guys have seen Cian before. Yes,
Yeah,
you have.
he
I had to
teleported us.
remember. I had to remember. I couldn't remember if it was him or if it was Neil. I had to. It's been a little while. Okay.
Well, I mean, yeah, we stayed in their tavern too, so that helps.
Yeah, no, I couldn't remember. And then you would see Alwyn and Leo. Leo, princess carrying his wife.
Oh, she probably looks less than thrilled about this
Oh
concept.
yes, he looks thrilled. She looks like she hates every bit of it.
I mean, she's got RBF. That's kind of standard for her.
Yeah.
This is
that's
worse
true.
than usual. She hates being carried, guys.
And meanwhile, this man looks as happy as you've all have ever probably seen him.
He's like, yes, I get to carry my wife. And the wife is like, can't I just walk? Like, goddamn,
No.
motherfuckers.
No.
Actual
You see
hand
them
Leo.
But you guys kind of see them come out of the back bedroom and make their way out into the garden.
Owen
And the
will
door shut.
kind of wave in the direction of everyone else.
Wave.
Haven happily waves back.
Aww.
Also waves.
Owen automatically, I like this one.
My mind's more the awkward wave.
Leo just kind of rolls his eyes and huffs.
Hey, well, I'm not gonna challenge that. Never mind. The
Whatever it
fact
is,
he's
probably for the
carrying
best.
her, and then he can't throw a dagger at me again. But I don't know. He probably could.
Don't challenge it, please. Oh, God.
I
I
love
mean,
that.
I'm
I'm
always
going
gonna
to make a.
behave.
It's like, I'm gonna make a comment. No, I'm not. I remember who this is.
I would behave anyway.
Yeah. But you see them head out. And if there's nothing else that you all wanted to do that evening, I'm assuming you all kind of go through, have a few drinks, continue your small talk, and then eventually, gradually make your way.
So
upstairs to go to sleep.
Make a joke to you. Did he throw a dagger at you?
No, but I do believe he, as I've heard said, threw hands at me.
You mean he signed?
Yes.
I don't think that's throwing hands, but okay.
Listen, Arwan, I'm allowed to make jokes sometimes. I'm not as flat as a board, unlike some people.
No.
The thing is, I can't tell because sometimes you don't quite understand something, and I can't tell when you do understand. Learning.
That's fair. To be fair, I only learned throwing hands about 3 weeks ago.
You're just gonna laugh. I assume you haven't been around younger ones.
Not really. Don't really tend to go around civilizations terribly often.
He's kind of got a warm smile.
Smash.
Not the response. I don't even
It's
remember
hard.
what to say, it's fine.
It's hard to tell with you. The paper mache blocks all of the like intonation, like in their voice.
It's it's like
just
me with my
trying to be-
mask and no eyebrows.
You're trying to mix and you're in and just smash.
Yep.
They're not too bad to be around.
I'll take your word on it.
It depends on the child.
And
And your patience.
that's fair. I know I was quite the handful when I was younger.
I imagine I was too. Yeah, that's about it. I'm trying to make a joke.
I say eventually you guys kind of do see Falhorn and Magnus and Mahogany make their way upstairs.
They made their way.
Making a
They're making their way.
Hey, now that EL hasn't pissed anyone off today, do I get a room?
Nah, you got a room with your big titty committee.
Say, Arwan
Oh,
went
are we
and-
serious?
No.
I mean,
Ellie
I'm
will
fine
make
with
sure
that.
they have a room.
I'm fine with rooming with a big titty committee.
Or if you want to room with the big titty committee, you can room with the big titty committee.
I think.
Well, you
Wait,
can-
didn't you specifically get a different room though?
EL
That
slept
Yeah,
was,
outside
that
in
was
the-
in
They slept outside.
Yeah, EL slept outside in a tree the other night.
Oh.
Yep.
How I ordered off of his room.
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said, Busty.
Sorry, having something stuck in my throat too. Arwan would also offer his room if he was desperately looking for one, but I say go for the big titty committee.
I will say, as that time does roll around, EL's gonna kind of look at the options and. Ellie, am I allowed to
Ellie's
have a
not down here?
room?
Ellie's not there. Ellie's
Never
gone.
yeah, Ellie's not back yet.
Never mind.
You could ask to find Ellie to ask for a space.
No.
God, I'm gonna message you something because I don't remember.
Gonna look at the other two. Do you think I'm allowed to have a room tonight? I don't feel like sleeping in a tree again.
I mean, I don't run this place. I don't know how many rooms I have available. If you need a bed, you can use mine. I mean,
Me-
sleeping on
same goes for me, I suppose. But wait, why did you wait? You slept in a tree?
I mean, you did see how I pissed off a good portion of the Dwyer clan, and then
Did also just
There.
storm out.
Well, yes, but if I recall, isn't there another tavern in the town that you could have went and rented a room from?
they're gonna kind of point a finger at you and like try and say something, so they're gonna stop and do it again. Listen, I didn't think that far ahead.
But you thought of a tree.
The tree was right there.
Did you think at all?
Some people would say no. I think yes.
Just kind of chuckles. Uh-huh.
Hold on.
You're welcome, cat. I love you.
Sorry, I had to die from sneezing really quick.
You're okay.
That's not love, Noah.
That is love, though. That's why I need to clarify if this is the thing, because if so...
Gonna kind
It's
of
fine.
back and forth.
Oh. Don't worry about
No,
it, guys. Everything's fine.
Sure it is.
I'm sure it
None of your
is.
business. It's great.
Anyway, continuing on. What were you
That's
saying?
normal.
Gonna look back and forth between the two of them and be like, I guess I'll crash with Haven tonight, if that's all right.
Oh, yeah,
I
that's
mean,
absolutely fine. Although, there's only one bed, but I do have a bed. I do have a bedroll. So as much as I wish I could offer you the bed, I do have back problems for some reason.
I wonder why.
So as long as you're okay with taking like a bedroll, at least you'll have a warm roof over your head.
Yes,
oh
that's
no, there's
fine.
only one pen.
Do you say that in character?
No.
Damn, it's a shame Ellie's not there, because she would.
No. I wouldn't. Yep.
Oh, Ellie would. She likes stirring up shit. Just ask her brother.
Whose emotes are in the chat? Because he would too.
No, Arwan wouldn't joke about that though.
Arwen would.
No.
I still
He's
can't
got a
tell if you said
shit. He's got a shit. Yes. He's got a shit-eating kernel in his face too.
Gonna kind of squint at him. I mean, yes, there's only one bed. Why is that a note?
I'll shrug.
Looks at Haven. Do you
Huh.
what?
They did say they had a bedroom.
I don't understand you people.
Shit-eating grin still.
What time of day is it, Noah?
It's around like pushing 9 p.m. at this point.
Oh, okay.
Well, excuse me, 9:30 p.m.
Gotcha.
And
I
Ellie
mean-
wanted us down there at what time? 10?
She
She
said
just wanted you to leave before midday.
Okay.
So did Ellie just go upstairs to bed?
No, she said that
Far-
she was going upstairs to deal with something and she'd be back down.
Ah, gotcha. But I suppose either I planned on hitting the sack rather soon, but Ellie should be back down soon. So if you did want your own actual bed, you could probably wait on her. But
I've had enough of the Dwyers for today.
that's well, That sounds meanly stated, but I guess I understand. I no further need to. You know what? Sure. I'm going to bed. Well, uh, come along, I guess.
Trudges along with.
Arwen does like a finger wave.
Finger guns.
Not finger guns, but just like the. I don't have my camera on, but you know, when you wiggle your fingers, that's a wave. Still
Yeah.
shitty and grin.
Which is.
Use a condom, kids!
Oh my God.
Yo,
No, that would be
And
Ellie.
he will stay safe, or be safe.
Oh my God.
We're just going to bed.
Uh-huh. I'll say Falkor, me about to say Falhorn. Falkor eventually does like take his little halfling booty upstairs as well with his pet snake. Oh, cat, really? Okay.
What?
I asked a question for our party. Okay.
No, because Inez has to be back already by then, because Ellie spoke to her.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Like-
so around like 8 p.m.
Yeah, and Andreas was not alone very long.
I know. Long enough. I gotta roll for it.
They literally would have walked in the tavern at the same time.
No, I mean, Ellie and Andreas would have, but Inez wouldn't have been back until like 8 p.m. at that point.
Okay, I'm gonna confirm with them though, because that means that they spent 5 hours wandering the city.
I mean, this is also Janal, Inez, and Thrash.
Yes, my thing is that Inez needs to be back on the earlier side because her and Ellie still had stuff. So that's why
It's
I
okay,
don't
we
know
can-
how they were out that late. For Ellie to speak privately with Inez before dealing with her own bullshit. Okay. That's fine.
See, I told you. Okay, bet.
Jesus.
Okay, so we'll handle that later.
Yeah, let's deal with that later. Also, because I have to
Yeah,
sit
no.
down and talk to those two to get an actual timeline on what the fuck they're doing.
Oh no, I know.
Because they already did solo sessions for shit.
That's okay.
So
That's why I was- 'cause that was-
say,
that was
hold
the
off-
only thing-
Hold off rolling for your shit until I speak with
No, I-
those two.
I wasn't going to until after you had that conversation with them. It was more so for my timeline because I never added that in my timeline, and I happened to think about it. Kind of a thing. Alright, but yeah. Alright, so, Arwen, you were left alone
He would
downstairs.
eventually gone. Like he probably just sat around for a little while, but if no one's around, he ain't waiting.
So, you can head on upstairs. You all do get a long rest.
Oh, I guess.
Eo and Haven.
I was about to say. I guess keynote. Once EL and the Haven are like settling down in the room without even thinking, because he does it every night, EL would get to watch his tradition.
That's right!
In the chair that's in the room and wedging it up underneath the doorknob.
That's true!
EL's just gonna watch you, and then when you're done, they're gonna nod and go, I can respect that.
People can pick locks, they can't pick chairs.
Oh my god!
You know, you're absolutely right, but what do you do about windows?
I usually try to get rooms without windows, but I mean, if I had a chair big enough, I suppose I could wedge it underneath the window, but I don't know how well that would work.
I'm all tapped for the day, but maybe tomorrow I could cast alarm for you.
But that would alarm. Is that something that would alarm me as well, or would just you know about it?
It would alarm me, but if we, you know what? Never mind. It's only pertinent if we're rooming together, and I'm sure we won't room together again. It's fine. It's nothing. It's fine.
Yeah, well, you never know. We'll find out. We could all, every single one of us could be in a single room together at some point, so it could be handy.
That's fair. You're right. Maybe another time I'll cast alarm, and that way the windows will be covered as well.
Right. Well, thank you. But in the meantime, and he just like pats the chair, we at least have an extra layer of safety for the door. Good night.
Good night.
People can pick locks, but they can't pick chairs. Fucking sound. I fucking love you, idiots. I will say, as you all kind of head off and go to sleep, that's where we're going to take our break. So, we'll be back in about 10 minutes, guys.
Yo.
Yo.
So, anyways, the condom.
Yeah,
God damn it.
the condom. Since we need to make rolls, we said no, right? Okay, great.
Correct. This
Correct.
They
time.
said no.
This
They said they
time.
weren't, you know.
Kind of was just a balloon animal.
I know. I just needed everyone at
Please.
home to know that they, in fact, did not fuck. They were just roommates.
This time.
This time, there were no big titty bazongas going everywhere.
Jesus.
The sound of bongos only came from one room last night.
I don't have a set of
I love you, Gordon.
We love you, Gordon, especially if you're watching.
He was
I wasn't here
earlier.
earlier.
God, I forgot to open Twitch. So we did mic check everyone, right?
Yes, we have. I've been visually mic checking myself.
I'm so proud of you, Noah.
I am trying very hard. I'm doing my best.
I'm
I
just
tried
checking.
so
I can hear
hard.
you on the stream.
Yeah, so. Alright, so you all get a long rest.
Bow, 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 bow.
And I will say, just because we have obviously a few things that already happened technically set on this morning, and I have the timeline for it. What time did everyone get up? I know what time Ellie got up, so Kat, you don't have to answer this question.
I was gonna say Ellie was up early as fuck because she wasn't even here.
Well, yeah, she probably would have. She would have gone out about 8, I think we said. So yeah, you'd probably even up by about 7.
She would have had to leave earlier because their conversation was at 8. I thought
Yeah, that's what I'm
because she
saying.
was
so
back here by 9.
yeah,
Okay.
that's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
wait.
She was probably up at 7, is what I was saying.
Yeah, she was up early.
Yeah. So
Probably
the
left
rest
a
of
note
you,
for her girlfriend.
the rest of you, what time were you up?
I mean, Arwan normally gets up at 6, but he probably wouldn't make his way downstairs till about 7:30.
EL is up and at 'em early enough. Definitely early before Haven, so they can hastily put the mask back on that came off in the sleep.
As in, so would you have gotten up, like, when you say early, what time isn't early?
Probably like. Hold on, I need to count.
Mm-hmm.
12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. That's 9. Probably about 5:30.
Okay. Alright, did you stay in the room, or did you go downstairs?
I'm gonna head to the garden and try and do some meditation yoga. But
How dare
What?
you move my chair, you
Nothing.
bitch?
I'm gonna go out the window.
This is like 5:30 a.m., so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is before that, Cat. You're fine.
Yeah. Is there a window I can go out so I can leave Haven's chair?
No, because Haven specifically asked for a room without any windows.
Yep.
Makes the window.
Fuck you.
Ugh. Okay, he'll live. I'll Can I attempt to rig it so that the chair will fall back in place?
I don't think that's possible, bestie.
That's some hard shit there, man. Like,
I tell you what. What is your sleight of hand modifier?
Hold on.
Do you even have a high enough intelligence to figure out how to do that?
We're getting there, don't worry.
Bestie, that's insulting.
No, it's the
And
truth.
also,
It's true.
what do I need to be a fucking engine? Oh my god, why are you taking so
I mean,
long
considering
to
you're going outside of a door, shutting it, and trying to get a chair to fall specifically where it was, yeah, you do have to be an
Okay.
engineer.
So the great news is that my
Shit.
sleight of hand is a +10.
Okay. What's your
Mhm.
intelligence modifier?
My intelligence modifier?
Mhm.
Definitely not as good.
A 1? Okay. Alright, so this is the DC you have to meet. If you get a natural 20 on both of these rolls, then you can do it.
Okay.
So roll me just a straight intelligence check.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay.
Oh no, it was an 18.
Nope. Alright, so roll one more. A natural 20. Not dirty 20, a natural 20.
Yeah, that's gonna be a 7 plus
Nope.
10 for a 17.
So yeah, you go to open the door and you go to kind of like do it really fast so that the chair will fall back in, and in fact you shove it back so hard that it falls and make a. Haven, make a. Actually, just roll odds or evens for me. So roll a d4 and tell me if you get odds or evens.
Aha. Oh. 1.
You hear a clattering of your chair, and it's still dark outside as far as you can tell, because you have no windows in your room.
It's me.
Are you saying that like through the door?
I'm still inside the room.
Yeah, they haven't even made it out the room yet. No.
Why are you moving my chair?
I just wanted to go back to sleep.
Well, if you want to leave the room, just leave and then I'll put the chair back. Just let me know. That's all I.
Yeah. Can I leave?
Well, yes. I
Sorry,
just want to
thank you.
put my chair back.
Yes. Sorry. Thank you. Here you go. Picks up the chair and just holds it out to him.
And then he just like groggily just like shuffles out of bed and takes the chair.
EL just is like ducks in a quick bow, and their faces were red beneath their mask. Like, I'm sorry. Good morning. Go back to sleep. Sorry. Sprints out the door.
So Haven sleeps shirtless.
What?
Just as a note, Haven sleeps shirtless, so you know.
That adds to the flusteredness. They actually
true.
clipped the door on the way out, or the door frame.
Oh my god.
Be safe. And then just shuts the door and puts the chair back and goes back to bed for at least another hour.
Baby. Okay, so you said you went out towards the garden, correct?
Yeah.
Make a perception check for me as you go out and slip out the door.
Oh, great. Oh, yeah, I can do that.
And are you trying to make your way down the hallway and slip out the back door stealthily?
I'm just trying to be, like, quiet enough that I don't wake anyone.
So yes, roll a stealth check for me too.
Oh, wait, I have advantage in this. Yay.
Well, so you gotta remember who all's in this tavern there, bestie.
Well, great news is now I get the natural 20 plus 10 for a 30.
Okay. Yeah, that beats everybody's passive as far as I'm aware.
Right. Okay. Do I need to roll 2 perceptions?
Nope, just one.
Okay. Yep. That is going to be 18.
Okay. So yeah, you make it out into the gist of the garden. It's still that kind of darker coloration. The sky's barely starting to break for morning. You see like scattered stars, and you kind of start walking a little bit deeper in there just to find a spot where you can sit down, you can meditate, it's quiet. You don't notice them at first, but the closer you get to kind of like a bench where you can settle down in a small clearing of it, probably where people sit around sometimes, you notice a 7'4" figure hulking, kind of like leaned over, and it looks to be like some type of, you're not sure if they're begonias or if they're tulips or anything. There's some type of flowers. From what you can tell, they have darker skin, really, really thick hair that kind of blends in with the fading darkness around. They seem to be in like variations of leathers, and you can just make out almost like the swishing of a thin tail. They seem to be kind of like hulked over, leaning into the flowers like they're clipping them.
Have they noticed me?
You're not sure. They don't seem to be saying anything or regarding you in any way.
I'm gonna take a solo step back and just kind of ease back and away and try and find a less occupied part of the garden.
Okay. Make a investigation check for me just to see how it goes.
Yup. Ooh, okay. 18.
Yeah, it takes you a few minutes, and you manage to kind of like get far enough to where you're not hearing the like clipping of small shears. You settle in and start meditating.
Before I start meditating, there's a very soft. Can you stop fucking thinking about his tits?
No, you can't.
Impossible.
No.
No constitution check can beat that.
No, it's true.
He's gonna try and meditate, but if anyone is watching, there's very obviously like he'll frequently stop and like put his face in his hands and be like, "I swear to fucking God," and just eventually, and like every now and then be like an angry sigh, like, and just the whole 9 yards. Clearly struggle busing.
I will say, roll me a d4 and tell me if you get odds or evens.
I got you, damn. Odds. Not the lesbian number.
So, as you go into and you start to settle down, you do notice that where you found to settle down, there seems to be kind of a scattering of these very small plaques along the grounds. And then there's a smaller, it looks to be almost like a monument. Not like massive or anything, but it's more so maybe 4 foot high and seems to have writing upon it. And there seems to be very well taken care of flowers and a small fountain around it. And there's a few places in the grass that seems as if maybe someone or someone's come here and they sit here a lot.
After about 15 minutes, I'm just gonna give up on meditating and go investigate.
Okay. Roll a perception check.
Okay. Still just one?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, the other one is obsessed with tits right now. They don't get to make perception checks.
I mean,
that's
can you blame him?
No. That's a 5.
I mean, you can tell from just like glancing around, they seem to be markers or like memorials of names. There's like scattered names here or there. Do you get closer to the kind of the 4 foot or so memorial part?
Yes.
Okay. You would notice in common, written out across the top, in loving memory of those that we lost in Priath. You see a scattering of names just underneath. And that leads out on the bottom small plaques of just varied names that don't seem to be necessarily affiliated with that, but as if they're here purposely for maybe a similar reason.
Do any of the names look familiar?
Make an investigation check.
I'm sincerely fucking doubting this, but I was worth a shot.
It might not seem familiar, but you can at least see if you see any names.
23.
The predominant ones that you see probably first and very near the very top of the larger memorial is Cecil and Zola. And kind of looking around, you see scattered a name of Rian.
Rian?
Mhm.
Can you spell it for me?
Rian.
Okay.
Then kind of glance over the 4 foot or so one, and you don't see too many other names that kind of stick out, as if maybe there was just a list of every person that was lost. And then looking around on just the floor, you see one that looks as if it's had lilies kind of engraved into it. And it states the name Lily.
Ouch.
And then looking a little bit farther, you see another one that seems to be kind of carved. It's intricate filigree. It has gold plating, has a assortment of look to be almost luminescent stones. And you make out the name Lumia Granner.
Ow.
And looking on in the same area as that one, you see Verusa Granner. Other than that, there aren't any like too definitive names that stick out. Love you, bestie.
Hey, Noah. I know where you live. I can fight you.
That's okay. You gotta find me
Hear
when I'm
me,
not
I'm, like,
working.
Sobbing in the corner now.
Mm-hmm.
I actually was waiting for most of those names.
Didn't roll quite high enough to find any more.
I'm gonna touch the Lumia one. Do I get any vibes off of that?
Make an Arcana check.
Okay. 11!
I mean, your fingers kind of tingle a moment whenever you touch it, and you do notice that the luminescent stones glow immediately. This beautiful, bright, yellowish orange color. And then you pull your hand away and they stop. As if it's enchanted to give off warmth when touched.
I hope you all resting easy now. And he's
Dear, give me
gonna
your
settle back
stop.
down. And he's gonna settle back down and actually try to meditate and try and succeed.
Okay. Alright, so you settle on in. Jess, what time do you think Haven will get up?
Probably around like 8 o'clock-ish.
Okay. Alright, so Arwan, you'd be the next one that's up. You said about 7:30, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so you make your way downstairs. And you notice that there's not too many people kind of in the tavern proper. You do see, though, a very large, wide set of shoulders kind of positioned farther back behind the bar. From what you can tell, it seems to be a fur bulk. Really, really dark, almost black, blue skin. Has an assortment of like different feathers and leather attached to their clothing of linen. There's a long, long tail that seems to be swishing, and they seem to be kind of like arranging flowers in a small vase. And you see for a moment, like ears kind of wiggle off to the sides, almost like cow-like, and a head turns in these bright, bright blue eyes with a septum piercing, and the animalistic nose kind of stares at you. Oh, good morning.
Morning.
He kind of watches you for a second and seems to look around. I didn't know anybody was going to be up this early. Sorry.
Don't apologize. I tend to be an early riser.
He kind of like stutters a second. His fingers are actively like rubbing one another nervously.
Can I see what kind of flowers they have?
Make a nature check for me.
What is my nature? 'Cause I don't remember. Let's do that. A 19.
Seems to be a mixture of red tulips and sunflowers. And so he kind of looks around before clearing his throat. I'll say from where you can see, he's tall. He's like easily almost like well over 7 foot, and he seems to be like kind of like bent down, so he's not hitting his head from the space he's in. I don't cook much here anyway.
I can handle that.
I mean, I can cook, but I don't want to do it if I can't ask if it's okay.
He's just kind of chuckling. No need to do anything on my behalf.
He kind of looks nervously.
He's trying to give like a very like friendly smile. I mean, if I'm allowed in the kitchen, I can try and whip something up. I'm used to cooking for my family back at home.
I cook for my sister and my dad's, but Leo's kind of scary, so I don't want to mess up his stuff.
Well, I won't be here long enough for him to get me today, I think.
There's a
It's
small
kind of
smile.
awkward laugh. Yeah, you're right.
There's a small smile. Okay. Well, if you want something, there's nobody else up. He kind of like gathers up the vase and pulls it really tight to his chest and bends down on himself and starts like making his way out of the kitchen.
You don't have to leave if you don't want to, but don't let me disturb you.
No, I was taking these upstairs, so.
No, kind of wait. The name is Arwan, by the way. I won't be around much longer with Ellie and her group.
He kind of like makes his way around the bar top and sets the vase down, and then extends a very large hand. Fenris de Leon.
How do you spell it?
Fenris, Fenris.
I got it right.
Mm-hmm.
I'll shake the hand.
I would say his grip is very soft.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I don't know you that well enough to say that, but yeah. He kind of inclines his head.
That's a valid response.
There's another small smile, and then he gathers up the small vase of flowers and starts making his way upstairs. You see the ears kind of like twitching around as if he's searching for something.
Kind of watch him for a minute. Won't be too nosy.
Yeah, it's upstairs if you don't stop him.
You gonna go see
He
his boy?
doesn't have a reason to. Me, Avery, I'm curious, but he doesn't have a reason to.
Yeah. I would say about this time, Haven is probably when you're getting out.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll go downstairs, remove my chair from the door, and just mosey on downstairs.
You start heading downstairs, and you see as you kind of go to turn and go downstairs, there's a hulking figure on the other end of the hallway. It seems to be opening a door and going into it.
Can I see which door?
Well, your perception check.
Okay.
Everyone likes someone new. A lordman.
Person, who are you?
I just like furbolgs, okay?
I do too, honestly. I was like, hello.
I know this
I
is
did too.
taken.
Did I have? I do not. So, I think with my natural 1 and my +2, I don't think I, see what, like, man, there's a lot of doors in this hallway.
Nope.
Your tits are in the way.
It's just
Right,
like
honestly,
Jezbay
that's-
all over again.
Literally, it's like, come on, give me one character with good perception.
Yeah, no, can't. It's hard to tell. This is pretty far away.
And, like, I assume disappeared into the room and shut the door and everything, right?
Yep.
It's like, oh, just a tavern patron, and just mosey on downstairs.
You make it downstairs, and I mean, you don't really see a whole lot of people in there. You do notice Arwan is kind of settled up at the bar top.
Yep.
I'd say he would have made his way in the kitchen trying to.
Okay, well then you do not see Arwan at the bar top. You just hear rustling from the kitchen.
I guess I go to the bar top. Because that's usually where the food's at.
That's where the food is.
He'd focus out, head out. Do you have any requests?
I feel like I've lost a page somewhere. Do you work here now? What? Well, you know what? Scratch that. More importantly, you're making food, yes?
Arwan has a shitty grin. I quit my job as a cleric. I'm cook now.
Well, congratulations. I'm sorry. Is that a promotion? A demotion? What?
Oh my god.
He's just like, you can see his shoulders shaking. He is trying his hardest to laugh. I mean, it depends on who you ask. But yes, I'm making food. What would you like?
You don't know what you're making yet?
And just started.
Oh, I'm. Food. You know, anything. I'm not picky. I'm just hungry.
He's just kind of laughing at him. I mean, he'll see what he can put together. Like, I'm assuming meats, eggs, and
Careful now.
Make a survival check.
Okay.
See how
So
good you
he
can
is-
cook, bestie.
He is proficient in cooking.
Okay, then you add your proficiency modifier.
If I can actually grab my fucking dice. I need to I need to pull out my other dice tray because this thing is fucking cocked.
Cocked.
Well,
Yeah,
that's a
that's-
nat 20.
Yeah, you
So this
managed
is
to.
survival.
Yeah, you managed to rustle up some food.
It's only a 27. I just wanted to see where the math actually was.
Yeah. I'll say, Sky, how long do you think EL stays outside?
Probably like a half hour, and then they wander back inside.
Okay, so yeah, you'd be coming in probably around the time that Haven is entering then, more than likely, if not a little bit before.
They definitely stumble a little bit and then keep walking in.
Jesus Christ.
I'd say, hearing Yale, they would ask the same. Got any requests for food?
Not particularly.
None of you with your food opinions.
What?
I said none of you having your food opinions.
Nope.
Listen, when you
Food is food.
I was to say, you
Food
put
is
food in
food.
front of Haven, he's gonna eat it.
I'd say if it was mostly any of my characters except for Arwen, when him said anything, would have probably tried to make something really weird, but
fucking retweet.
I mean, a pyre would have.
So yeah, I'll say you can easily find bacon and eggs and some toast. You go through and you make enough for you and your two friends. Take it out and set it out. Do you make coffee, water?
Yeah, if he can find coffee, he's definitely making coffee and he's drinking it while.
Yeah, you can easily find coffee. And you kind of assuming carry out 2 mugs for your friends.
I was about to say, I'm sorry, you really think there isn't coffee? Alwyn lives here, bestie.
Yeah, of
I
course
mean,
there's
it's more
coffee.
if it's hidden or if it's out in the
Oh.
open.
It would not be hidden. There is too many people in this tavern that drink coffee.
Alan literally has a fucking IV drip of it. Don't even.
Yeah, as does Leo.
Or make the egg toast.
So yeah, you carry the food out and set it down for your friends. Do you circle around to sit down and eat with them?
Sorry, nothing special. Fine.
Yeah, Haven immediately starts eating. Now with that,
And he would say before anything, because Haven has mentioned the lactose intolerance, would not put cream in the eggs.
I don't think he has mentioned his lactose intolerance.
I thought he had.
You've asked if there was dairy and things before.
I was like,
Oh,
I
okay.
have it in my notes.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
don't
I couldn't.
think
I
you're
didn't
gonna
remember
factor
that,
it.
but yes. Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
So, he would have avoided anything dairy.
Cool.
So yeah, you don't even have to make any checks. You're good.
Haven's spared for today.
Mhm.
Today.
I mean, if there was like butter around, he probably would have put it like on the side.
Oh, butter should be fine.
I don't know. Butter sometimes messes me up. Sometimes.
Yeah, it sounds like you're just weak, homie.
I
Bullshit.
have a dairy allergy. Oh,
Yeah.
Avery is the weakest link.
Alright,
yeah,
so,
I am flipping you off, even though my camera's off.
so you all settle down. You start eating. Is there any conversations that you have kind of back and forth as you're eating, or not?
Have either of you ever been to Praco?
As of a few days ago, I did not even know it existed.
I was about to say, the other day I was saying, what is Praco? So, yes.
I do not have that in my notes. I did not remember that one.
No, they didn't actually say it, but they're just like, I don't fucking know what Praco is. What the fuck?
I believe I've passed through it, but I've never actually visited. I think we said.
Mm-hmm.
Is it nice?
I mean, it seemed nice enough. So Praco is one of the, like, I can't remember what it looked like.
It's a port city. You know that there is a very notable monastery there too. It's a very pretty city.
There actually is a
I'll pull up the
monastery
graphic for you
there.
guys.
Hmm?
I'll pull up a graphic of like the.
And so he look at you. There actually is a monastery there. I don't remember who runs it.
They make a face at that. I'm good if I don't see that.
Kind of quirk a brow. I mean, fair enough.
Haven's busy eating, but just sort of nodding along with the conversation.
Precious boy.
Haven's like, bacon.
Yeah, he's like, damn, this tastes like a fucking natural 27 meal.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I can't say much in terms of, your job as a cleric, but you could certainly make a job as a cook, at least from what this seems.
Are you saying I'm a shitty cleric?
Well, I don't exactly have a baseline to kind of base that on, but I've eaten food many times, and this is pretty damn good. So I can at least say, 10 out of 10.
I mean, you are still here, thanks partially to me. So I think
True.
I'm my okay cleric.
I mean, I'm sure you're a fine. I'm sure you're a fine cleric. I don't exactly know any other clerics really. At least I'm not sure exactly what classifies a cleric. So, you're doing great.
He was just like, then again, like Loach chuckling. I appreciate it. I mean, I don't know if I'm that great though. But I'm glad you like the food. I mean, it's just simple eggs and toast.
Sky.
Um,
You're welcome, Noah.
I'm concerned.
worry about it.
Don't worry about
So am I.
It
Don't
has
worry about
absolutely
it.
nothing to do with Haven. Nothing at
Yeah,
all.
boy. Even still, I know you though.
I was about to say, if you say that, it automatically means it has to do with Haven. Don't even.
I was gonna say,
That's true.
Absolutely. One day you'll get to know, maybe.
Kind of set it into general back and forth eating. You do notice kind of Falhorn dip in, give you guys a nod at some point, and get some food. Looks to be like maybe like a piece of bread and a handful of like berries and nuts. No meat that you can see. Cup of coffee. Waves, makes his way back upstairs.
Haven definitely would have waved in return before he left.
yeah, same.
I'll say about this time, probably as they're starting to finish up their meals, is when Ellie would have came back in.
Okay. She'll look towards Arwen. You wanted to talk? I will say, you guys notice she comes from the front door, not from upstairs.
Yeah. That's alright.
Alright, let's go. And she'll just nod and start heading towards the garden.
Alrighty. And he'll follow.
And then there were two.
And they were roommates.
And
God damn it.
So you're kind of left alone. And is there any conversation that strikes up between the two of you? You kind of start bear scraping on your plates and sipping at the last few remnants of coffee.
Yeah.
Do you know what we're supposed to be doing while we wait for the two important ladies to come?
Probably not getting into any trouble, I would assume. Why? What do you want to do?
I don't know, I just don't want to get in trouble and yelled at.
Do you have a deck of cards?
I might. Hang on a second.
I don't think I do.
Haha, nope.
Considering it's a tavern, I'd be shocked if they didn't. I guess we could play some card games. I hear that's popular.
I don't think I've ever played a card game.
Going to be honest, I've played about 3 in my entire life, so likewise.
I say there's a couple seconds, and you guys hear kind of a clearing of a throat.
Oh.
I mean, I got cards if that's what you want to do.
Who the fuck?
Whom?
And it seems to be coming from the front door. Didn't hear them come in, but there's a figure standing there. Do you guys kind of turn in the direction of the voice?
Well, yeah.
I'm just making sure. I don't know. Listen, I don't know if you get
What's
spooked
up
and
with the
you start.
ceiling? God?
Listen, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah,
all
we
your
have
blood-
one on the
What
knife.
the fuck?
All your blood is up in them titties. There's a about 6'2". Seems to be a tiefling. Maybe you're assuming it's probably a tiefling, aside from the fact that they're missing a horn. Seem to have tan skin, lighter in coloration, and noticeable scarration of like 3 or so. They're thin, almost as if somebody took their fingernails and dragged them down over their lips and down the chin and underneath. Really, really mousy, tussled, uneven, messy, black brown hair. Seem to be cut in like a really awkward layers, as if it's not well taken care of and gathered around the shoulders. has one mossy green eye, and then the left is milky white, as if it can't see, with a very fresh cut down it. And this, likewise, on the left side, the horn is missing. There seems to be some type of fresh scarration that goes from it within the hair down to kind of poke out onto the cheek. He's really small. He's built like super small, with really thin shoulders, thin hips, and has ragtag, kind of moth-eaten clothing of like mixed leathers and linens, and has a pretty fancy looking, almost crystalline structured longsword on his back.
So, is there any recognition at the look of this person?
Make history check.
Ugh.
You bet. 2 or 1, Noah.
2. Unless you're still caught up on titties.
No.
14.
Thank God he's not. 19. No, sorry, unnatural 20. I was looking at the wrong one.
There's no like recognition of you necessarily knowing this person. It's just more of the conversation back and forth over the past day or so that you guys have heard 2 days, especially whenever you first got here, about there being some type of scuffle. And there were a couple people involved in it. And judging from what you can tell just looking at him, he's got some new wounds. So he may or may not have been a part of it.
Well, it's very kind of you to offer cards. From conversations I've had, apparently it's not very smart to do things or take things from strangers. Who are you?
There's a grin. Oh man, I'm a friend. Well, to some of these people. You see him kind of like tilt his head, and you hear a very audible like sniff, as if he's like sniffing around the air. Oh yeah, son of a bitch that doesn't like me is not here, so I guess we're good.
That's a very specific answer. Would asking again change your answer of who are you?
Reese, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So he kind of walks in, and instead of sitting down at the bar, he sits down immediately on the table. Looks over the two of you.
You know, there's other chairs.
Oh yeah, no, I know, I'm comfortable. Might want to lay down, who knows? It kind of gives you a look, Haven.
I can just say Haven probably wouldn't really know.
No, I know.
He was just looking between them like, what the fuck?
Are you here to speak to, like, Ellie, or...
Oh no, I already talked to Sweet Cheeks. I'm here to go with it a little bit.
Sweet cheeks.
Yeah.
Gonna make a little note about that.
Mm-hmm.
Haven's gonna tell on you.
Ew.
Probably.
I love that so much, though.
Wait, oh, are you telling on
Reese?
Yeah.
Sweet cheeks? I love you. That's so cute. Oh my god.
I love Haven so much.
Listen, Haven might be dumb, but he also, like, he's met enough sorts of people to have, like, red flags. It's like, it doesn't seem respectable to say to a lady. Or about
Oh,
one, like...
I can't wait till you tell her that's what they call her.
And see, we kind of tilt their head. Okay, so I said who I was, and kind of points at both of you. Who the fuck are you?
Oh, we're sort of looking for Ellie.
Oh, you're the idiots I'm supposed to keep alive. Got it.
Neil's eyes narrow. Idiots.
Yeah. At least that's what I heard from my brother.
Tracks.
His eyes narrow. What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
It means that it tracks so he would call us idiots.
Yeah, well, I don't like your tone.
Neil's gonna roll their eyes.
Listen, he's a piece of shit sometimes. As of right now, I don't really like him, but don't fucking trash talk him. I can trash talk him all I want. You don't get to.
Last I checked, I'm not doing what you call trash talking. I'm simply stating that it makes sense he called us idiots, considering he doesn't have a terribly high opinion of a few of us. Now, if you want me to not state facts, I can do that.
He shrugs. Fair enough. Regardless, didn't get names.
Oh, I'm Haven.
EL.
Funky name. I'll say his nose kind of twitches. He looks in your direction, Haven, and kind of tilts his head. Huh.
Uh, can I vibe check that?
Sure. Make an insight check.
Roll for vibe check.
Ooh, 21.
He seems not so much like caught off guard, but it's more so confused about something. Like he's trying to put something together. Where are you from? You smell funky.
Well, first of all, rude. Second of all, I don't quite have a clear answer for that. I'm not exactly knowledgeable of names of places.
Kind of shrugs. I mean, that's fair. I can't read a map for shit half the time, so.
I mean, I can read a map, but it doesn't mean I know what the place is.
That's not really reading the map, then, is it?
Well, like, sure it is. It has pictures and names. If you can read the names to go with the pictures, you can read the map. You just can't follow the map.
He just kind of grins and watches you. Oh, I like you.
Oh, thank you.
So he kind of shifts around and then fishes into a bag over his shoulder. Pulls out a deck of cards and kind of holds them between his index and his middle finger. Oh, you guys want cards, right?
Yeah, I'll leave it up to you.
I mean, just seemed like you wanted a way to burn time, so.
Maybe. You know what? I'll pass on the cards. Question note. Where do you say how to get to the garden from here is?
It would be this direction.
I think I'm just going to go for a little walk. I haven't really gotten to explore the outside area.
Kind of
With
shrugs.
a long look at what's his face, I think I'll go with you.
Okay.
Listen, I'm not stupid. Go off. Just don't bother else. She went out that way last I checked, yeah.
Well, how big is the garden?
Pretty big.
We should be fine.
I'll say his nose kind of shifts. Oh, man, there comes trouble. I'm gonna go over here. He kind of like immediately pops up and starts walking in this direction like he's trying to hide.
And who? What's the trouble that follows?
A couple minutes, you guys do hear kind of the garden door slam shut, and coming down the stairs seems to be human male. Has messy brown hair. It's cut shorter above the shoulders. Tan skin. Seems to be around like 5'10". Really, really sturdy. Wide shoulders about him. It's a great axe across his back, and very notable scars. One going through one of his eyes, the other's across like the bridge of his nose and connecting with it. Seems to also being like similar, like haphazardly, almost like old blood-stained clothing of leathers and linens, and you do notice like adamant amounts of body hair, both on like his forearms, that the sleeves that are rolled up and like poking from the shirt. And you see him kind of stop. Cobalt eyes kind of look around. He kind of reaches up and rubs at the facial hair across his face. Leash, I can smell your fucking eyes. Get out here. Looks at you too, inclined to say, "Good morning."
Good morning. Does Reese pop back out?
He kind of pokes his head out and grimaces. Hi, Chris. Chris kind of shoots him a look, as if he points to the chair to Eel's right, as if he wants him to sit at the bar. And there's a begrudging sigh. Fine. And he wanders over and plops down.
Yale shifts closer to Haven.
I'm sorry, did he say your name was Chris?
Oh, he did.
Oh, well, I guess just for the sake of... I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't. Hello, I'm Haven. I know, Chetan.
Oh, that pain in the arse is still alive, is he?
Last I checked, at least, yes.
Sounds about right. He kind of wanders over and extends a hand, smiles friendly. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. And, like, no hesitation, shakes his hand.
Yeah, shakes. I would say you notice that his hand is extremely warm. It's like warmer than the average person's.
And then, like, with the handshake, Haven leans in very slightly and just, like, under his breath, is the gentleman over there, is he supposed to be here? Is he trustworthy? I got odd vibes.
There's like a barking laugh that escapes. It's not too bad. As technically, I suppose you could say he's my adopted son.
Oh.
At least he ended up on my hands to some degree. I wouldn't say it was necessarily untrustworthy, at least if certain things. Keep your pants on around him, though.
As opposed to not?
I suppose he likes to sleep around a lot, so.
Oh. Alright. Do you need to have a conversation with him or something? We were about to head to the gardens, so you have privacy if you need it.
Oh no, I was simply coming inside here because I ran across a couple of people having a bit of a conversation that I kind of got irritated by hearing, so I came inside. And he is actually supposed to be over at the Green Dragons too. He's kind of like grimaces. I mean, technically, I told Ellie I was going with her, so. Also, now you're going with them and you're not going to Ransel. I thought you were going straight to Ransel. I'm making a pit stop first. So Chris kind of like pulls his hand back and pats your shoulder, Haven. Don't let me stand in your way if you want to go inside. I need to have a conversation with this idiot.
Alright, well, it was very nice getting to actually meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. If you see Chetan before I do, knock him in the head for me.
I don't think I'll do that, but I'll pass along the message.
He grins. He kind of comes around and he settles in and kind of leans in and the two start whispering.
Haven's gonna slide off his stool and just start making his way up towards where the exit to the garden is.
Yale's gonna slide along with you.
We outie.
Alright, so you guys head out into the garden. I will say about this point, Arwen is probably when you're starting to head back inside.
Alright, I'm assuming I'd run into these two?
Probably, yeah. Because you guys were pretty close to the door, so.
Oh, are you and Ellie coming back inside?
I mean, I was, and he's kind of looking confused at you two.
There's a bunch of strange people started to show up, and I got nervous, so we started to head towards the garden.
I'd be careful, she's talking to someone else at the moment.
Where do you... should we go somewhere?
So, he can try and veer them away from where she was.
I mean, her and Andreas were just outside, right outside the door talking. So
Oh
you're
god,
fine.
not Andreas.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys didn't see him sneak past. You also didn't see somebody else sneak inside. So you don't have a passive perception high enough.
I can't help it, bruh.
So I'll say, as Arwen's like holding open the door, you do see Andreas in conversation with his sister, maybe about 20 feet away.
EL does a fucking 180.
I mean, we could try and walk out front.
They said it's a big garden. I'm sure we can go the other way.
As long as we don't go near him, I would prefer that.
But like I said, they said it's a big garden. Let's just go where they're not. I'm just gonna shuffle like out the door and in the opposite way of where they're at.
I mean, given that they see you, I guarantee you Ellie probably shuts up until you guys are well out of earshot.
That's fine. He's literally just like walking into the garden, just like, I just need to be away from all these people that are popping up. He is in a board.
Yeah, I was like, I need to not cause trouble.
Arwen will shoot Ellie like a slightly apologetic look and try and like, okay, this way.
I will say, Arwen, as you kind of look back, you do notice Andreas just kind of like passed like a frown, and he is watching Eel intently.
He's gonna shoot him a apologetic look as well.
I'll say it's loud enough, honestly, probably for you guys to hear as you're passing on. That's a fucking good thing I don't have my bow.
Ellie immediately just, shut up, Andreas, please. I do not need another fight this morning.
Yeah. You guys head off into the garden.
You're...
Alright, where are you guys headed? Are you just wandering around?
Yes, basically yes. It's like, we need to kill time until we have our director Ellie back to tell us where to go and what to do.
Alright.
So
Any
Arwen
conversation?
would probably be the tail end of you guys just following a little bit
Annalise.
slower. Well, he's fiddling with his feathers a lot. The feathers that he has in his hair.
I was confused for a second. I was like, feathers? What?
I figured I had to specify.
He's a cap. He's a bird boy, don't you know?
Mm-hmm.
He's secretly 3 Aarakocras and a trench coat.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
No. 3 kinku in a trench coat. Sounds so
Yeah,
cute.
you're right.
Secretly related to Clapper.
He's Clapper's 3 sons.
Clapper's sons, 3 sons. There we go.
Yeah, you're right. But yeah,
Alright,
he's kind of
so-
like slowly behind you.
Is
Fiddling
there any
with the feathers.
conversation you guys have as you're walking around the garden?
Nothing from Haven's end. He's literally just like breathing. It's just like, oh, no more new people, please.
Poor baby, so many
Oh, baby.
So many people.
I'll say EL is actively checking over their shoulder for a certain asshole.
Does not seem to be following you.
Go to riddance.
Don't start anything.
I second that. Please, no altercations today.
BB.
I'm not the one who made a threat first fucking thing.
I
You
did
know-
not hear what you said.
I'm not the one who made a threat first fucking thing, but I'm gonna keep on walking and just... It's done. It's over with. Let's just
That's
get out of
fair.
here.
Your feelings are valid, but you don't always have to respond.
I agree. I mean, you can have opinions, but we are in their tavern, so just be careful what you say.
And to be fair, sometimes you can win arguments by just never replying or saying anything, because then the conversation is done.
I mean, that is why I kept walking.
And that's wonderful. You did so good, so fantastic. But the day is still very early.
Haven, do I look like a dog?
Well, I don't know what you look like if you wear a mask.
I was about to make that same joke.
No, you left two puppies. You're not the dog.
Never mind.
I mean, we don't know. You did sprout wings the other day.
Oh, I don't think that's been brought up.
Yell just stops. Look, that was a mistake. Don't talk about it again.
Because that doesn't sound sketchy as fuck.
Yeah.
Giving you a very questioning look.
It's not going to happen again. So don't worry about it.
I mean, we're going to be traveling together. Is there anything to be concerned about?
It's not going to happen again.
Is that a fact, or is it a hopeful thinking situation?
But
Their hands are clenching and unclenching by their side.
You know, you seem frustrated. We will drop it. Look how beautiful the garden is.
I won't question you on it. It's just making sure there's nothing to be concerned about. If you can ensure that, I'll drop it.
There's nothing to worry about. It's just, it's better if they stay hidden. Do not start barking.
Bark, bark, bark.
Sit your ass back down.
Inside check.
Sit your ass back down. That does not mean get off the bed.
I don't know. It's hard to sit on the bed.
Okay, sorry. Phoenix is huffing because my brother's home.
I'm
No
inside
crowds.
checking, I guess.
Yup.
Open the right tab.
Stop.
No.
26.
Hold on, let me pull up the 18. I mean-
a little bit, boo.
And they're being honest, like they want the wings to stay hidden because it's like it's not a safety concern, but it's just they think it's better. Oh my god, hold on.
Wow. That sounded like a demon.
That made me jump a little bit.
I am so sorry to everyone in the stream who just had to deal with it.
A demon!
Doggo said, "I want to D&D."
Let me bark roll 20.
It was the other personality making themselves known.
Barking at Haven's tits.
Facts.
They're just squeaky chew toys.
Oh my god, this is gonna piss out of me.
But yeah, okay, so there's not necessarily a safety concern, it's just they don't want to talk about it.
Don't know. I won't question you about it. If you ever do want to share any concerns, here to listen, but if you don't, as long as it doesn't affect our safety. Or yours.
They make their eyes narrow that. Listen. It's complicated.
No, the topic is dropped. For now.
I appreciate it.
Pretty sure you're not Puppy.
Am I?
He's making a joke this time. And he's like he's shitting and grin.
They're gonna give you a long, suffering look and then, woof.
You know, if that was your impression of a dog, I don't mean to be rude, but it could use some work.
Let's see your impression
Uh,
then.
uh,
Looks at Arwan. So, who did the better impression?
He's just gonna look at both of you. Those were impressions.
Listen, I don't think I've ever even tried to do a dog walk before.
I mean, I can't say I have either. Not one of my kinks.
Oh, wow.
Arwan, what the fuck?
You know, you people still won't explain to me what that word means.
You'll know when you're older. Or you'll learn when you're older.
And Haven, are you not? Isn't Haven old enough?
I'm sure they are.
What did EL ask?
I said, surely Haven's old enough.
Old enough for what? What?
The sex talk.
Or I'm gonna, if I haven't had, I'm not doing that with a grown adult.
What? Sex? What? I've had sex. What
He's just gonna sigh.
is kink a sex thing?
Yes. It's what
Oh.
you like or dislike with sex.
Well, that's an incredibly easy description. Why do you people seem to make it so complicated?
It's just baffling you haven't heard anything of it.
I mean, I didn't know there was like a word.
Usually most things have words to describe them.
Well, sure, but I mean, if you don't know the definition of a word,
Valid.
look at the beautiful garden.
The beautiful garden. I'll say at this point, you guys have kind of like wound your way through and around. You've passed, I would say, notably, Eo, that you've passed the area where you meditated this morning. Maybe about 7 minutes ago, somewhere in that range.
See,
I'm gonna
passing.
point
Go on.
I was just gonna point it out to everyone.
Arwan would take a moment and kind of look at the graves and me actually think of what he would say, but he would mutter a small prayer.
I'll say they don't seem to be graves. They seem more to be just like markers, like memorial markers.
But it's obvious, like it's for people.
Yeah,
it's
it's very obvious for that. Yeah, but it's not like actual like there's great people buried here type of thing. But
give me a moment, and he'd go over there and just mutter a small prayer, just like, may their souls rest easy.
okay. And
He
you
kind
guys
of
lingered.
mess with his fingers, or not his fingers, his feathers, while praying.
Okay, roll me a d100. I will say at this moment with disadvantage.
Squints.
Wait, what did I do? What?
Oh, you didn't do anything.
Okay.
Who fucked up?
There's other things at work here.
Never mind. I think I know why. Hang on. It's a car. I'm just gonna roll on my dice. That's a 3.
At disadvantage, so
Oh,
you take the
that's
higher number.
Yeah, hang on.
No, you take the higher number.
I did only roll once.
Oh, okay.
Because the other one was cocked. 17.
Okay. You feel kind of a breeze. Shuffles your feathers a little bit. You don't necessarily get a response, but it is notable that maybe your prayer's heard.
So can I roll to see the names? Or some of the names?
Make an investigation check.
Investigation. It's a 17.
Okay. I mean, you notice notably, like, some of the more important ones, like Cecil, Zola, on the larger slab, you know. You see some of the more intricate designed ones. You see the Lily one. You see the Lumia one. You see the one for Verusa, Granor. Kind of keep looking through. And you notice, as you're looking through a different side than Beale did earlier, there's a couple of like conglomerated ones that are arranged in a way that they're fitted together, almost as if they're separate stones, but they're made of like one singular stonework, like they're supposed to be like that, like they're joined. And you notate several names that say Cole Parr, and Declan Parr, and Tiffany Parr.
Ow.
Yeah, keep looking through, and you notice one that says Hesyahu. Keep on looking. And the last one that you notice is 2 that seem to be made of almost like this obsidian stone that are fitted together, side by side. not one higher than the other, but as if maybe they in life were equals in some degree. And one says Ebron, and the other says Jacob Belaine.
Well,
It's fine. You guys wanted to investigate all of the memorials, so
Yeah.
you're gonna get pain. You're gonna get pain.
I didn't know Jacob was going to.
Now you do.
After a moment, he'd rejoin. He'd rejoin them. Sorry.
That's fine. I was here earlier doing much the same.
Do you know these people?
Not in the fucking slightest.
I don't personally know. I wouldn't have known any of them, would I?
No, I mean you'd have some of the names, like the grander names, you'd have recognized from the stories,
Yeah.
in the war, but
Well, I was just making sure I didn't actually know any of them. I never
no, not.
knew any of them. Just knew of them. They lost their lives in the Greater War about a decade ago or more.
So as you guys continue on your wandering, you come round full circle, and you do notice, just kind of tucked off to the right, nowhere near close to you, so you can't overhear what they're saying, but you notice the Dwyer twins have kind of moved.
Twins?
They're twins. They look alike, don't they?
Okay. I mean, yeah.
So yeah.
Twins. Okay. It's a new way to look at it.
And
Twins
they,
that are the same age.
listen, they look oddly alike. Okay, I meant to say siblings, and the word twins came out because I was looking at something else, but it's fine.
You're welcome.
And fucking, you notice the Dwyer siblings kind of settled over. You can't tell what they're saying, but whatever they're talking about, it seems to be a very like intense conversation.
Arwan will try to quickly veer and another way.
But another lap in the opposite direction sounds good.
Haven said another.
Haven's like, we're trying to avoid a bloodbath between fucking El and Andreas.
I mean, you guys can always go back inside too.
Yeah, can try to insight check from here on them.
Sure. Also, you have a disadvantage because you're far away.
Alright, do I have to roll for both of them or just in general?
Nope, just a general vibe from far away. It's a disadvantage.
Yeah, it's not the best. 18?
I mean, I would say you can pick up again. It seems like they're kind of like sitting close together and talking. You can't hear what they're saying. I mean, aside from that, I mean, other than it being a...
I could, I was about to say that he would be nosy, but no, he does have the observant trait. But he would not try to actually read their lips.
I say, I don't think they're talking in like a what do you call it? A fucking language that you necessarily know.
Yeah, like, he wouldn't try anyway.
Smart.
So do you guys make another round, or do you go inside?
So is there an easy way to get inside without interfering their conversation?
I mean, the way that you guys are going through is you're not going to go near them unless you purposely walk in that direction. They're not anywhere near the door.
Oh,
It's
okay.
more as you guys are heading towards the door, you pass by where they're sitting.
Okay.
Not like directly, but maybe like 40 feet away.
Should we go back in, or
Sure.
Unless you want to look at more flowers.
I mean, honestly, it was actually rather nice. I'm fine either way.
I quite like the flowers, actually. He has a very soft smile. And you're welcome to insight check him.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo.
Might as well.
I love how I go to pull up my character sheet and I keep pulling up Discord.
I mean, that's, Discord character sheets are synonymous. That's valid.
Discord. 18.
That's a fat 9.
Yeah.
Yep.
He has a very sad look in his eyes. So he's got a soft smile, but he looks... like almost sorrowful right now.
Yale's is gonna hesitate and then kind of reach out and grasp Arwan's shoulder and give it a squeeze and then keep on walking inside.
He's gonna kind of jump, just looking at you questioningly. And... okay.
Meanwhile, Haven's just like, man, Arwen likes flowers.
Arwan likes long walks on the beach. We love our himbo.
It's true.
Probably does like long walks on the beach, actually.
I'm fucking weak.
And wait for the two to go inside, and then close the door and kind of just like one last look at Ellie and Andreas to make sure that they're okay, and then go inside. Not trying to get in their conversation at all.
Alright, so you guys make your way inside. You do notice there are several more heads, at least, in the tavern whenever you come in. Some of them you recognize, others you don't. Kat, what type of relationship do you think Adalia and Cian have?
Oh boy. I mean, I feel like she's pretty neutral towards him in general. I don't think that she has personally any issues. And given that she watches Alwyn's back, she's a no nonsense. She's not one of the types that's going to lie either, so.
Oh, so he loves her. Got it.
Probably. He's like,
Got
yes,
it.
this one protects my idiot daughter-in-law. We cool.
Yeah, I had a feeling he liked her, so I was like, no. I was like, he would be sitting here. He wouldn't be behind, like, lingering back there after a few minutes ago. He'd be sitting here.
Yeah,
So,
he's probably drinking this early in the morning. Not gonna lie to y'all.
Respect.
You guys, yeah. You guys come in, you see familiar faces you do know, and what does Adalia look like, Kat?
Yeah, so sitting at the bar talking to Cian is she looks elven. Her ears are shorter, however, than most of the elves you guys have met, but they're still pointed. She's got long, wavy, like coppery red hair that reaches about her waist, and her eyes are bright green, but you catch glints of gold. She looks about 5'6", slender, and she notably has a longbow propped against the counter. Oh, and she's much like the others in the room, she's covered in scars.
Arwen would make sure to be the last one coming in.
Alright, whenever you guys re-enter the tavern, where do you go to settle and congregate? And do you approach anyone?
Hang on 1 second, my cats are scratching on the door.
You're good.
Well, considering that there's now even more people, even though some of them are recognizable, gonna shuffle over to what seems to be our usual table at this point, kind of away from everyone else.
It's our hiding table.
Our
Honestly,
hiding
though.
table.
I will say you guys will notice immediately that Adalia clocks all of you as you enter.
That's
I'll say
fine.
Cian's eyes linger on you, Haven, and watch as you go to sit
No.
down.
He's not making eye contact at all.
Conceal, don't feel, don't let them do.
El,
Oh, God.
as you enter, Adalia's eyes narrow. So the strange elven female at the counter doesn't look like she likes you very much.
Par for the course.
This is true.
Normal at this point.
Arwan will stop morning, and he kind of start a bit seeing Cian feel a little tense and morning again.
I'll say Cian's eyes narrow at you. Good morning. And he kind of looks as if he has a bad taste in his mouth and gets up and walks into the back, into the kitchen.
Sorry.
That's why you shouldn't have made eye contact.
Alia groans as Cian leaves her, and looks towards you, Arwan. Morning. Can I help you, or are you just trying to be pleasant?
Just trying to be pleasant. Well, pleasant. Or I guess cordial.
Nice to meet you. And she immediately just turns back to her drink.
Nice to meet you as well. Guess he'll just scoot his boot on over to the table. It's like, okay, fine.
You guys kind of like
I
settle
was going to talk
in.
to you, but you don't seem like you want to talk to me.
You're welcome to try to talk to her. I don't know that I would recommend it, but you know.
With that greeting, he probably would not.
Smart.
So it's not too long after you all kind of like settle down and take a breath that you hear the door from the garden open and close, and the sound of 2 sets of feet coming inside. It's about when Ellie and Andreas will be making their way back inside.
Okay.
How do
So,
they
yeah.
look?
Oof. I'm gonna roll for Ellie, actually.
I'm also gonna roll for Andreas.
I mean, inside check.
Yeah.
Make an insight check.
If you guys are actively looking, yeah, it would be an inside check.
Oh, let's go! I wish you luck.
26.
Natural 27. Yeah, he looks fine.
Also, natural 20 for a 27, so.
Fuck yeah, high five!
The siblings said no.
Wait. I see. So your deception, it matches my insight, 'cause I have a plus 7 to insight, but I got a natural at 19, so damn it.
Yeah, they look fine.
Yeah, they look peachy.
I'll say Andreas gets about right here, and he kind of stops and looks in your like direction, Eel, and kind of like, and then he like turns like he's gonna walk this way, and looks at the congregation of blood hunters in this vicinity, and he clocks Reese. Fucking shit! Why are there all these assholes everywhere? He's gonna walk in this direction instead.
I will say, when he passes Ellie, Ellie gently smacks him in the back of the head.
Ow!
Behave.
I am. Why do you think I'm fucking going over here?
Mhm.
Tell Reese to take a goddamn bath.
You tell him to take a bath. I'm not arguing with him this morning.
No, I'm not talking to him until he fucking apologizes.
You two are exhausting. And she's just gonna walk over here.
it's been a long morning. When are we leaving?
Ellie's gonna look a little concerned. Did something happen?
No.
What?
Tell him about kinks.
Um,
This would be
I'm-
after I mentioned sharing a bed or sharing a room.
oh, you. And she's gonna look. You guys could have asked to have separate. Whatever.
I didn't want to bother anyone.
I mean, fair, but you could have just asked. Okay. Did something happen? Because, like, I mean, there's a lot of people here. I get it.
No, not really. It's just been a very strange morning.
We're just ready to go.
Right. Okay.
There's no rush. No, we don't mean that in like a pressuring way. Just curious.
I need to say goodbye to my sibling and a few others. I'll roll for her really quick on something.
Is she turning red?
If their passives don't beat a 24, she good.
Meets the beats for Arwan.
He's got a little.
For deception?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, her cheeks are a little red.
He's got a little smirk.
And technically I need to go greet Adalia since she's here.
One is a Dahlia.
Oh yeah, the redhead at the bar. She's my mom's second in command. So if she says anything that sounds mildly rude, just ignore her. I'm gonna make a stealth check for her to make sure that she's not overheard by Adalia. Oh yeah, no, she's fine. And she's gonna look towards Haven. Did you get a chance to meet Chris?
Oh, yes. That's actually probably been the most pleasant part of the morning.
Aww.
Yeah, he's rather nice. Speaking of, after Praco, I actually need to head into Ivarys. So you'll get a chance to meet Oz, if that's the route we go. I have somebody I need to apparently go meet up with that's there.
Okay.
I'll help with directions once we get there as best I can.
Lovely. Make sure you have your things. We can head to the manor. Eloise is probably already ready to go, and Revna probably is too, so we should be able to leave pretty quickly.
Right.
Alright.
Haven's just gonna like scooch upstairs to just go start packing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Ellie is gonna go find her girlfriend.
Say,
First.
what kind of nudge her first? Good luck.
I don't need luck, thank you. Just be ready to leave in a moment.
He's just gonna smirk and alright. And we'll make his way upstairs to grab his stuff.
Yeah, so Ellie pops over to see her girlfriend. She's gonna pop over to Andreas to give him one last hug before she leaves.
You tuck your back.
And she would have popped in to say hi to Vincent before she left too. 'Cause, well,
Yeah.
say goodbye to the
Girl.
brothers.
Curled up with a cat.
Her just stares at both of them. Goodbye, dumbasses.
You would see the flowers, though.
Aww.
Tiny smile. She probably left a note. Came down, hugged Andreas, went to say goodbye to Cian. Uncomfortable conversation. Uncomfortable. She doesn't. It doesn't seem bad. She just seems uncomfortable speaking with Adalia for the two that are down here.
I will say you two also would have clocked Reese and Chris step outside.
And then
Okay.
she'll wander over this way to say goodbye to these idiots. So she'll sign to Falhorn.
They'd sign back, give her a hug.
Well, you all stay safe, and will. And she's gonna look at Magnus and Falhorn. If you guys are heading back to Everest, I'll see you soon, it sounds like.
Yeah, just kind of nods and smiles.
She'll make her way back to the table to wait on everybody else. Or, well, she'll probably just lean up by the door, really, and wait.
What's your passive perception?
20.
Okay, you gotta roll stealth checks for those two since the door is actively open.
Oh, she's actively not trying to listen, so.
Okay, never mind.
No, they're good. She probably hears, like, the sound of voices, but knowing who's outside, she's not trying to listen.
Okay.
She doesn't want to know, thank you. She's got half a brain cell.
Only half?
Only half, guys. Come on. It's Ellie.
There's a couple minutes before kind of Chris steps back in and he's spot. Oh, you finally made it. Looks at you, Ellie, and kind of smiles.
Oh. She nods. Good to see you.
Kind of glances back out towards where he says, listen, do me a favor and keep an eye on that idiot. Don't let him overdo it.
Sure. I mean, as far as I know, he's just going to Praco with us, and then he plans to head to Ransol, so...
He's got a bit of a pitch stop in Praco for a minute now, but then, yeah, he'll be going off.
Right. Didn't really get a chance to talk to you, but we'll be stopping by probably in Everest after Praco.
Oh, I'll have to tell us. He's probably excited, which he should be working on your mum's leg by now.
I'm sure she's quite excited for that. I had a question about a name that Reese mentioned to me. And I'm gonna roll a stealth check as she says this. Because she does not want to be overheard by anybody other than Chris.
Good luck.
29.
Is anybody trying to listen?
No.
Hey, there ain't even no way I can beat that.
Ain't gonna bother.
Yeah, same.
In Arwan
Okay.
written anyways.
So yeah, she's just gonna drop her voice, and she's going to intentionally put a hand to block her mouth.
Okay.
Do you know a tiefling by the name Amalia?
I wouldn't say that I know her too well. She goes around and she sells candy to the kids down at the orphanage there.
Do you know if she's from Vercola?
I mean, I haven't talked to her too much. It kind of strokes at his facial hair. Why, is there something that I need to know? Is she not supposed to be in the city?
Oh, no, she's fine. She's gonna look genuinely nervous. I think she's somebody I was looking for. From the facility in Vercola. An old friend.
I mean, I don't know if she's from Vakala. I know she appeared at the... He kind of stops and seems to like calculate around the time, so it could fit. She doesn't really talk too much, she kind of keeps to herself.
She'll nod. Right, well, hopefully I get a chance to talk to her. If you guys need anything from Praco, let me know.
He nods. I say, I mean, she typically is down near the orphanage, and she'll cycle through the marketplace a wee bit. Last I checked, I think she lives out on the eastern side of the city, so...
Thank you. She's gonna give kind of an awkward smile. I suppose we'll be seeing you guys soon.
He gives this a very, like, fatherly smile. I suppose so. Just don't let my idiot son give you too much trouble.
I will try. However, usually when we're together, we do dumb things. So.
Oh, I'm well aware of what you do when you're together.
Oh my god, did the whole group just walk over?
We've been over here.
Yeah, they've been over here.
Oh, I thought they were still at the table.
No.
Oh no, bestie, they've been over here.
Okay, so it's a good thing that I rolled so high on stealth.
Got it. Jesus.
Chris kind of grimaces and then rolls his eyes. And he reaches over and ruffles her hair.
Alright, well, be safe in your travels. And she's gonna glance towards Adalia. And good luck at dealing with her.
Well, I don't mind her too much. She's a bit of a pain in the ass, but I get him to laugh occasionally. He kind of grins.
You're the only one who manages that, really.
It's my boy's charm. That's what one of ours will work to.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it was.
She'll look to the others. We ready to go?
Ready to tell everybody.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I guess this is. Yep, let's go. She'll just nod to Chris. See you around.
He waves and starts heading over to talk to Magnus and Falkor. So as soon as you guys step out of the front door, Reese pops off the barrel where he was waiting patiently, like a good puppy.
Haven definitely would have like the little group that's over here that have all been relatively nice to him. Definitely gives them a little happy wave on the way out.
Oh,
Chris would have given you like a very big wave.
Magnus gives a wave. Mahogany gives a smile, a wink, and a wave.
Falhorn would have waved off, and I'll say Ellie and Arwan would hear Chris just kind of like mumble towards Falhorn. You're right, I do adopt that one.
Arwen kind of smirks and he'll give a polite wave too.
You guys, will say, you probably hear Magnus just snicker very quietly.
So he kind of stretches. Alright, Toots, where are we going?
We are meeting on the manor grounds, so I suggest we get going. Does he sound upset that that's where we're meeting the others?
It was less upset and more just like an observational noise.
I'll wink and bump her shoulder against him. Maybe if you're lucky, they'll let you in to meet the little one.
I mean, I hope so. Where the fuck did Chris's voice come through? God damn. Me just sitting here like,
That's not
wrong
Chris,
guy.
that's
That's
okay.
not Chris. Listen, I'm looking at his token like, I love this man. I'm like, oh yeah, wrong guy.
Listen, we all love Chris. It's okay.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope so. I kind of want to see a little thing.
She smiles.
I don't really know what she looks like, so.
Cute. Tiny as hell.
He's gonna reach up and kind of like mock ears. She have the ears? Or...
She does, right? If I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm, she do.
Ellie nods and grins.
They are the cutest.
Oh, they might not want a wolf to come close to a bunny then. Might be bad juju and all that shit.
You hear
She
a
just
snort
snorts.
from Arwen.
He grins. Oh, good. Not all of you are tight asses. Good to know.
I mean, depends on the context.
Oh. He looks back immediately. Oh, I see why you picked these ones. I like that.
I didn't really pick them. They all just kind of showed up, so, you know.
Alright, come on. I got a baby to see.
Yes, well, if we're lucky, maybe Auntie will be nice enough to bring her out, because I want to say goodbye.
Alright, so I'll start heading off into the city, and towards the Theron Delion estate.
I will say, as we're walking, Ellie will be nice enough to point out special structures to Haven. Specifically for Haven.
Oh,
Aww.
yes, please.
So things like the Academy and a couple of, like, her favorite magic stores and things like that.
Excellent.
I would take note of most of those too. But that's so cute.
And Haven is like with the most utmost seriousness, like paying attention and just like taking note of them.
She figured you'd want to know since you've never been.
Yes, very yes, 100%. He's like a tourist, basically.
I will say, as you guys start kind of like rounding where the green dragon would be, Reese would kind of chime in. And that there, if you want to do something under the Dwyers' nose in the city, go there and do it there. They can't bother you there.
Ellie elbows Reese hard.
Ow!
None of that, thank you. Not that. She grins a little. We all didn't do things there that we probably shouldn't have.
Yeah, I know. I've slept with you. I've slept with your brother. We've slept with Mahogany. It's been a couple of things.
Look, as long as you don't sleep with Vincent, we're good. Though, and she wrinkles her nose a little. We need to have a conversation about you sleeping with both Andres and I at some point, because I'm going to make it really weird. She grins.
Considering I'm not happy with him right now, let's not do that.
How's this? I need to get something off my chest, and you're going to listen, because you're my friend.
Oh, okay.
Preferably over
I like
drinks
you.
later.
Oh. Perfect.
And she's going to wink, because technically she was told she was allowed to sleep around still.
Mm-mm. He's very excited and keeps on walking. So eventually you all do come upon the estate. See, the gates are open, so you're able to access it pretty easily.
Ellie will, I assume there's guards, so she'll nod to the guards.
Mhm.
Probably give a little
Back.
wave. And then lead them to the courtyard.
You guys get into the courtyard. You do find, let's see, who do I want to roll for it? Jesse, roll me a d4. Tell me what number you get.
Why me? 1.
1, okay. Surprisingly, you only see one figure there currently. Seems to be Eloise. So, would you like to describe Eloise?
Sure. Pull up her description. I probably should have that prepped. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, so Eloise, you guys see, it looks like a young female elf. She's got a long, her hair is long and braided back, shaved on the sides. It's a bright, fiery red. Her skin's pale, and she has bright blue eyes. Her face is littered with freckles. She has a series of notable scars along her upper right arm and many more faded around the rest of her skin. She also has a very notable tattoo depicting raven feathers on her left arm that seems to flow onto her back, but the rest is blocked out by her shirt. She is currently dressed mostly in reds and golds. And like, not really official attire. She looks like she's just hanging out.
Arnold smile and wave.
She'll just nod. Morning.
Morning.
I assume you all are ready to head for Praco?
It's ready as will be.
She'll nod. Right. For those of you that maybe didn't really meet me, I'm Eloise.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Reese kind of waves.
Not true. They've met before, I assume.
I know, he's being a smartass.
Yeah. She shoots him a look and then looks at the others. What are all your names again? Please remind me.
I'm Haven.
Yo.
We spoke the other night, but Arwan.
Yes, that's right. Well, once again, lovely to meet you all. Please behave while you are in my city. She gives Ellie a very pointed look. Ellie just grumbles.
Just kind of side eyes.
So there's a couple seconds where you guys hear the shifting of feet, and it seems to be like two voices kind of going back and forth as if they're debating something or if they're talking about something. No, I already told you. She needs to sleep, so stop. I mean, I'm just saying I could carry her. You've been holding her all night. You hear like the ruffling of clothing, and you see it's a shorter figure. Really, really wavy, kind of curly, silvery gray hair. It seems to be tied in like a really loose braid, messy bangs, and very noticeable, like jackrabbit-like ears pointed straight up, and seems to be holding a bundle. This really, really pale skin, scattered with freckles, and notable septum piercing, and a lupine-like nose. He's looking up towards a male human with darker skin. Black hair, kind of a salt and pepper mixture with a milky eye that doesn't seem to see. Lots of scars. Seems to be in casual clothing, no armaments, just a simple tunic, and has got his hand laced with one of the hands of the one walking beside him. He seems to be kind of like leaning over, looking into whatever the other one's holding.
Ellie's gonna motion for Reese and then like look at the others. Wait here for a moment. She's gonna walk in their direction because she wants to say goodbye to her uncles.
So Reese looks really excited, and he follows, and he keeps like doing that thing where he's trying to like poke his head a little bit higher to see what's going on.
I love this dumbass man.
Yeah. So it's Cathal that kind of glances up. Oh, look at that! If it isn't my long-distance cousin, he kind of grins.
Ellie smirks. Who is that? Who he's?
Yeah, he's referencing Aisling. Yeah.
She grins. Oh God, yeah. I was about to say the rest of you guys probably. Cathal looks a little funky and familiar, like a little bunny y'all met. But Ellie will grin. Good to see you. Becky, if we'd say goodbye before we left.
Oh, you're heading out already.
Praco, yeah.
Well, to Milo, hi. He grins.
Give him a look.
Reed kind of like leans up. It seems like he's kind of taken that moment to register he probably needs to say something and stop doing what he's doing, which is paying attention to what's in his husband's arms. But yeah, just be careful.
Aren't I always?
No, not at all.
Okay, yeah, I deserve that. I will see you guys around. She like curiously peeks at the baby.
So there's two little bright eyes looking back. They look to be a hazel color.
Ellie smiles and gives a little wave. What's Reese doing?
He's like standing a couple feet back, like awkwardly, like trying to like peek. Cause all his nose twitches. Let me guess, you want to see my adorable daughter? I mean, yeah, if you don't mind. kind of shifts around and pulls the blanket down enough to where these two tiny ears pop out. And he shifts her around in the direction of Reese, and those of you that are left behind could see a small little bundle, small face appear. She has really dark skin that's covered in freckles, looks almost drow-like in her bone structure. Has a mixture of silver and white hair. Already like super curly. Short though. And these two little very noticeable Harangon-like ears poking out. And a lupine-like nose. Seems to just be looking out at the world with new eyes.
Arwan is looking directly at the baby. With a very, like, soft look in his eyes.
Cathal smiles. This is Celeste. And if you attempt to come near her when you're older, I will skin you alive.
Ellie snorts.
Aries nods. She's cute. Got it though. So he kind of like gives a mock bow in Reed's direction, who's watching him very carefully. I'm gonna go back to your idiots. He turns around and starts walking back to the others.
She's gonna look back at her uncles really quickly. Is Haifa or Fina or Yuina here still?
Fina is inside sleeping like she's supposed to be last I checked. Camille, and he kind of like rolls his eyes. Had to go handle something out of town. And he trails off, and Cathal clears his throat while he kind of shifts and turns Celeste around. Nana is talking to Remy, so I wouldn't bother her too much.
So Ellie's shoulders significantly dropped, hearing Camille had already left town. Could I leave a letter with one of you two for Camille then?
Well, that's on you, darling. That's your sister. I mean, she's your sister-in-law. No, that's your sister.
Jesus.
Reed holds out his hand. Yeah, come on.
She'll hand over her letter. Thank
Takes
you.
it. Yeah, I will give it to her as soon as she shows her fucking face and lets me know she's coming back.
He'll nod. See you guys when I get back.
No, you're coming back this time. That's good to hear. Cathal grins. Just make sure it's before your brother's birthday. Love you. He starts walking off. Come on, darling. I don't want to be late. Fenris said we're going to have lunch.
Ellie waves and then heads back to the party.
Say, does Cathal have any notable depictions of the Raven Queen on him?
Clothing-wise, not so much. He's out of his armor, but he does have a notable raven skull and feathers attached to his left ear. And surprisingly, his husband also has a feathered insignia hanging around his neck.
Make note of that and still keeping their distance, because that's what we're told to do.
As soon as Ellie returns, she looks together. Thank you all for not approaching.
So is that the one you and his wife helped carry?
Ah, yes.
They're cute.
Yeah, she looks a lot like both her parents, and they're going to have their hands full if she's anything like either. So.
He's gonna kind of smirk at it. Well,
Cause anything you've heard about Cathal? But up to like 20 in that Cena.
You ain't wrong.
No lies detected here.
Mm-mm.
I've heard some interesting comments on that one.
Oh, I'm sure you have.
So that was Crystal.
Yeah, and the other one was Reed, his husband. If you've met Fenris or Alat, they're their parents.
Don't remember if he talked to them or not.
You met Fenris this
Fenris,
morning.
yes, I meant the other one.
You guys
No,
saw
yes,
Alet, I believe, at one point
Yeah.
when she was
Yeah, she.
yelling at Kestrel.
Yeah, she just didn't introduce herself necessarily.
Yeah.
I think Kestrel called her Letty or
Yeah.
something.
I just don't remember if he actually talked to her at the party or not. I met Fenris this morning.
Yeah, because he was visiting one of my brothers.
Smirk. Huh.
Yeah. It's a good thing we like him.
It's a good taste in flowers.
Yes, not really surprising. Most of us speak flowers well. Also, notably, you guys will notice there's a series of snapdragons braided into her hair.
Sobbing, be right back.
As I totally forgot that I meant to add that she braided those into her hair today.
You're valid.
Oh, it wasn't the other flower then? That they were all stolen off?
Nope. I will say there's a second before another voice kind of joins the conversation. Are we all ready to go? Because I really don't feel like waiting around. If not, you guys would notice, looks like a female human. Her skin is pale and she's long, black hair, the color of like black pitch. And her eyes, though vacant, are a startling silver. She's got some faint scarring, though it's hard to see because her shirt covers most of it. The most notable part is that there is what looks to be almost some kind of like acid splash or something similar across her eyes that are very clearly unseeing. And she is dressed in... I'm trying to remember which color she wears. Oh god, where did her sheet go? She is dressed in a white shirt and like tight black pants. Nothing fancy. Notably, I will say you guys notice she doesn't have like a walking stick or anything. She's just kind of walking in the direction of everyone.
Every time you do that, it's creepier, Revna. So Reese just kind of like shifts his nose around.
Revna looks right at Reese. Oh. Figured you'd be used to it by now.
I mean, I didn't say I wasn't used to it. It's just weird. Well, not necessarily weird. It's just weird in like the weird sense.
Look, I can't do it every time, but I've been to Belmare before. I know my way around. And who are the rest of you?
Arwan hell's big.
She nods, doesn't quite manage to look right at you.
Haven, hello, nice to meet you.
Again, she looks and kind of nods, not quite in your direction.
Amiel, was this?
Same shtick. It's weird. It's almost like she can tell where certain people are, but not everyone.
Reese makes a comment, kind of clears that. Why is it because I fucking smell? You're gonna be on that trope too?
It's not because you smell. Though you could use a bath. She's gonna look right towards Eloise and Ellie too. Like, she's no issues figuring out where they're standing. Are we ready? Ellie just not. Ellie immediately. Yeah, I think so. Unless they all forgot something, in which case, too late now. Ellie chuckles. You'll all get used to it eventually. She's an odd one. She smiles at Revna. Let's get going. I have to hope that Milo didn't get my city burned to the ground while I was gone. There's an audible snort from Revna at that. That's asking a lot of that one and his husband.
Somewhere in the distance, Baron sneezes.
That man. Why they gotta talk bad about us all the fucking time?
So Arwan starts, is that a normal worry?
Revna, again, almost looks right at you this time. With Milo? Always. And then how many people are there, Noah?
There's 8 total. I've already made sure.
Okay. Me checking to make sure it's not too many for her to cast teleport.
Nope, it's 8. So we're right on the money.
She just grumbles quietly. Alright, well, are you all willing to be teleported by me? Because otherwise we'll get stuck here.
I mean, I'm willing to hitchhike, yeah.
If you'll have me.
Yes, please.
Yes.
She just snaps her fingers.
As you guys kind of feel the reality around you bend and fade away and reassemble itself into a different space. Weather pattern. That's where we're going to end tonight.
Definitely like that mode of transportation better than the last.
You what?
Definitely like that mode of transportation better than the last one.
Oh, you didn't like the trial by fire?
No!
Don't worry, Ellie wouldn't either.
He's
Yeah,
got
that's
slight
fine.
burn scars on his arms too. They've just been covered up.
Alright, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, thank you all for listening and spending the past 4 hours with us. We adore you.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna go. Get some sleep. Be responsible people.
Happy
Like you
Pride
should
Month.
too. I know.
Wee.
Yep,
all of
happy
this.
Pride Month. Go be gay.
We'll be back.
Go be gay to crimes.
We couldn't get the gays to do the gays tonight. We'll do it another time.
And soon.
Soon.
Yeah, but we will be back as per usual next Saturday. Same time, same place. Kat will be DMing though, so
Woo woo.
till then, bye!
Bye.